welcome. Today, we are joined by um, Amalia, who is playing Serena, Tony, who is playing Jack,
Hello.
Alex, who is playing Larry, Oit, who is
Hello,
playing
baby.
Abel, and Mark, who is playing Titus. Before we start, do remember to check out the upcoming new book for V5, Sabbat the Schism, written by our Amalia. And
Amalia?
yes. And
Is that how
shush,
you refer to your co-author?
I love you. Also remember to check out the awesome music made by Mark. Both of the relevant links are in the description. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps us out. If you are watching this live, then the link to our YouTube channel is in the subscription. In the description. Do remember to check it out if you'd like. And we shall see you very soon. Your night begins rather quietly. You awaken knowing that very soon your pack is going to engage in a ritual to help your ductus. As you awaken, however, your phone buzzes. You take your time getting up, making sure that you are ready for what's to come, and only then do you bother to pick up the phone and read what it says. The text mentions an address. It contains the picture of a very portly man, and along with this text is a message. Make sure he lives and remembers everything. No survivors otherwise. Make it loud and bloody. Complete this task, and I shall consider half of your price paid. Signed, Papa D. You would know this to be Delmont, simply from context.
Titus will check the address.
On your phone, or will you go there directly?
First, I'll check the location
Okay.
itself.
The location itself seems to be a... Hold on. The location itself seems to be an area just in the center of the downtown territory. You know it not to be a very populated area in terms of Camarilla. In fact, it's the very center. If anything, the borders would be more guarded. That said, there is a risk that you might be found out if you get sloppy with this.
Okay,
How do you wish to proceed?
Titus will call the taxi.
Okay. You walk a bit towards the open road nearby and flag down a taxi. After you do so and get inside, you give him the address and he begins driving. You remain low in your seat, once in a while looking out the window just to make sure no one's following, and eventually you arrive at it. The address. It seems to be a small, sort of run-down building. A lot of broken windows, however, there are a few lights inside.
So some windows are broken. I assume Titus will be able to climb up and without breaking or opening any windows. Is it possible?
It may be. You would have to potentially make the window a bit more open than it is right now, but it is possible.
Then we'll start with feral claws.
Okay. You focus, and do you hide this in your pockets, or do you just have it out in the open?
I have it out in the open, but I turn towards the building, so it's not seen if you're looking at the back or from the top.
Mm-hmm. And I assume you check around you and make sure no one's
course.
watching. You clutch your hands to your chest, and as you focus, you feel your fingernails stretch and push out of your skin, forming these long, gnarly looking claws.
I'll try to climb up towards the window that's more open.
Once again, you check around you, make sure no one's watching. You look up at the window, and with a few swift moves, you make it to the window. You peek inside, and you see a group of men. Most of them seem to be preoccupied with one task or another. You see some on a desk, cleaning firearms, disassembling firearms, cleaning them, putting them back together, and moving on to the next one. You see a number of boxes around, and one of the guys inside is with sort of a clipboard taking notes as he counts boxes. And eventually, into the room walks the same portly man you saw a picture of. He's wearing a very bright white suit, and smoking a very large cigar. And as he walks around, watching the operation happening, he seems to shout an order or two to people, trying to keep them in order, and then keeps walking around, sort of making sure he's seen by everyone, essentially.
Mm-hmm. So Titus will obfuscate and slowly will climb through the window to the first room.
Mm-hmm. Make me a quick Dex and Stealth roll, please.
One moment.
Mm-hmm.
Swift applies as one more die, correct?
Yes. Oof. Okay.
That's a botch.
Yes, it is. You begin to climb through, and at first, you think everything is going well. However, as you put your second leg through, you feel sort of a tug, and you hear shattering of glass behind you. And as you look behind you, you have the cloth from your pants caught on the glass on the window. And obviously because of the noise, everyone turns and sees you with your claws out. All of them sort of getting surprised. A few of them seem to reach into the boxes. Others reach into their belts, and they seem to be drawing their weapons. The portly man seems to take a few steps back, sort of, surprised by your presence here, and seems to sort of freeze for a few seconds.
Titus will shout a war cry and attempt to pounce on the closest person. That's not obviously the portly man.
Yeah, and as this guy pulls up his weapon, it's no contest for you. You simply pounce on him with your claws, and it takes maybe a quarter of a second for him to be on the ground, bloodied and not moving. The others seem to pull guns, and one of them takes a shot at you. It misses. The guy clearly is panicking, and he fires a few more. One of them sort of grazes your arm, but deals no significant amount of damage.
I'll use 2 blood points to use 2 celerity and be as fast as possible to finish. I assume everyone is Akain, so
they look that way.
Easy to deal with. Still, I'll spend 2 blood points to activate celerity too.
How gruesome are you behaving, let's say?
Oh, I'm relentless.
Okay. Are you making a show of how gruesome you can be, or are you simply being efficient?
I am as natural as I am, and as brutal as I am.
Okay. In that case, with supernatural speed, you almost teleport to another one, putting your fist through his gut. You grab another one by the face and simply crush it in your hand. The last two try to run for the door, but as they turn around, they are essentially faced with the body of the guy you pierced with your claws, being thrown against the wall. And the flinch that causes is enough time for you to reach behind the 2 last survivors, and you essentially dig your claws into their backs, grab their spines, and simply yank them backwards. Everyone in the room is dead in a bloody mess, except the guy in white, whose suit is now incredibly stained with red. The guy drops his cigar and stumbles back, falls on his ass, and seems to crawl away, begging for his life.
I approach him and grab him by his neck.
He does not struggle against you, and you almost feel like he's not really... You almost feel like he's not really worth your time, almost. He's by now he's wet himself. He's defenseless, begging for mercy, and not doing anything to fight you. He looks terrified at you.
I will look in his eye, will use one of my claws and create a very light scar on his cheek.
Mhm.
But a long one that goes through his face and through his nose, basically diagonally.
Mm-hmm. And as you slowly move your finger across his face, the guy screams and tries to yank your arm away from his face, almost as if by instinct trying to survive the ordeal, and yet all his efforts are pointless against you. And with a swift motion, you basically finish this cut by, swiping your finger across his cheek. And now his face has a diagonal scar from one corner to the other.
Don't forget what happened here, because it's not gonna be the first time. I'll be back again. See you. And I basically turn around and leave.
Mm-hmm. And as you just drop him and turn around, all you hear from behind you is sobbing. And out the window you go. You hear police sirens in the distance, but nothing your obfuscate can't deal with. And after a few moments, it's almost like you were never there. You eventually return to the Haven, though this takes you a very, very long time. And returning there, by the time you arrive, the sun is almost up, and all you can really hear are screams coming from downstairs that almost immediately stop, and you see your pack mates moving to their rooms.
I also use my phone and reply to Delmont. It is done.
You don't get a response, but you can see that the text was opened and read.
Cool.
And thus, this is the end of this night for you. The following night, all of you wake up and find yourselves in the Haven. As far as you can tell, everything looks normal. You rouse yourselves from sleep, and after a few moments, you all receive a message from your ductus, saying, "I await in the basement to commence the Vaulderie."
Just organizational question. How are we on blood?
So everyone, if you just fed normally, you can add about 3 points of blood due to, available vessels. But since you were all essentially splitting these, that's about as much blood as you can get. If you fed multiple times in the previous week, so if you spend multiple actions feeding, then however many actions besides your main one you spent, you can add 7 points for each.
And the blood I ordered my ghoul to deliver after our ritual?
That accounts for the 3 points of blood that you eventually get. But like I said, it is not unless you didn't plan on sharing it with anyone. But I assumed
They can have it.
Yeah. So everyone basically...
Half of them aren't gonna take it just because the way they are.
Yeah. So eventually you end up all receiving 3 points of blood.
I didn't spend any, so somebody can have my share.
Please.
Okay. So the 3 others, so Serena, Larry, and Jack, each get an additional 1 point of blood each. So 4
I mean,
to you guys.
Serena was pretty full because she
Fed. Yeah.
she spent plenty of time hunting
Mm-hmm.
because she needs a lot more to fill herself. So she takes a little snack because now, for once, at the start of the game, I am at full blood.
Oh. And yes, this is the start of your night.
I mean, I assume I'm already in a basement and I am preparing the table, the Vaulderie cups and everything.
Okay. In that case,
I'm
does
gonna-
anyone not show up?
I'm gonna just get Larry from the yard. I don't know his phone situation.
Okay. Well, you go to where usually Larry can be found, the outside.
Mhm.
And you expect to see him in the garden, but you don't. Looking around, you eventually spot him in the on the roof of the building.
Come, big fella. Night's gonna be long.
You're muted, Alex. Is he even here?
Alex? You're muted. Oh, there he is.
Oh, I think.
Ah,
There we go.
sound issues.
It's okay.
Yes, I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Let's just roleplay that Larry was just silent for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Staring with a
Gargoyles be like that.
1,000-mile stare into the horizon, thinking about his own life.
We have a business to attend, if you don't mind.
You talking to me?
Yep.
What can we do?
You'll have to full-heartedly meet our doctors and further planning, If you did business in your previous life, you'll know the drill.
Yes. Let's go. Lead the way.
Also, Larry, you would have been told by Serena that after the weekly Sabbat, now that the Doctus is back, the pack would have a Vaulderie in which you would be partaking. And
Haven't
Serena
we
would have
had a Vaulderie already?
No, we haven't had one with Doctus for a while. You would have, and Serena would have explained it to you when you were carrying the bed down into the basement.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I am ready.
Jack, basically what you see is, as Larry speaks to you, he sort of leans forward, expands his wings, and with a few very strong motions, he sort of braces his fall as he descends from the roof. And when he lands on the ground, even though he did brace his fall quite a bit, you still feel like this very strong shake on the ground as he makes contact. Sort of reminding you that Larry, despite his demeanor, is over 2 meters tall and definitely poses a lot of danger to anyone he wishes to pose that danger to.
Yeah.
And both of you make your way inside. Abel, where do you
Yeah.
wake up?
Where do I wake up?
Well,
Probably
this
at home.
is a few nights after the event in your downtime. So you can
Okay.
choose to where you'd like to wake up. At
I'm
home
just
or
somewhere where my van is parked. So
okay.
I probably started driving towards
The Haven.
the haven when I woke up, and should be arriving. Well, not too late, I guess.
And as you make your way there, Titus, as you rise from your slumber and you check the message from the Ductus, do you do anything before descending into the basement?
I go straight to the basement.
Okay. And as you make your way to the basement, you see behind you Jack and Larry, who descend with you. Eventually, as you're going down the stairs, you hear outside Abel's van parking, and he soon enough joins you. As you move into the basement, in the same room where you perform the ritual to help your Ductus, sits Cecil, looking through a file that you would recognize came from Mariposa's lab. He flips through a few pages, reading very attentively. And in the center of the room is Serena, preparing a cup and a sort of ritualistic knife. Things to note as you enter the room: you notice that Serena's bed now is in this room as well, though it's in the opposite corner.
Let me just clarify a very important bit. So I don't know how Cecil's bed looks, but Serena's bed is basically the same type of bed she had in a lighthouse. So there's like some flowy fabric around and fairy lights all around it. And there's just like books scattered all around it. Occult books and so on. And they all seem to be very, like stacked in a pleasing manner for the eye.
Very good. And you notice that in the room, one of the corners has Cecil's bed, this very old-fashioned bed with a mattress that you know to be full of dirt. And on the other corner is Iris's bed, the way Serena just described it. As you make your way in, Cecil closes his file, stands up, and says, "First things first, before we perform the ritual, I want everyone to be aware. We are hereby considering Larry," and he gestures towards the large gargoyle, "as a member of the true Sabbat. Any oppositions Good. We will proceed with the ritual, after which I have an announcement to make. And he walks to essentially to the cup next to Serena and kneels down where the cup is.
Kneels down.
Is the cup on the floor or
No,
on
it's on a table.
Oh, in
There's
that
a
case he
table
just
with
yeah, in that case he just stands next
I
to
mean,
the table.
I guess if it's a coffee table, it would make sense for him to kneel down because he's pretty tall. But I'm pretty sure it's not a coffee table.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure
fine.
we even have a coffee table.
That's fine. But yes, he makes his way next to the table with the cup and the ritual knife on it and looks to the rest of you.
Serena begins reciting the tale of the crone from the fragment that she has in the Book of Nod, where Cain had to go to the crone in order to learn how to influence Zilla to be on his side. Eventually, she stops and then says, "And as the tales tell, Cain was bound to the crone for a full year. He learned how to bind Zilla, took her free will, and convinced her to love him. In a great revolt, the Vaulderie, shared with the first annex by the Zemisa clan, allowed those bonds to break. It allowed finally freedom from the type of manipulation that the elders are capable merely through the blood. And each time we partake in a Vaulderie, these bonds between us are strengthened, and so is our resolve against the ancient enemies of our race that would rather see us all devoured every Kali Yuga." And Serena takes a ritualistic knife and cuts her wrist, bleeding into the Vaulderie cup, passing then the knife to Cecil.
Cecil takes the blade and with a swift motion he makes a cut across his palm and squeezes his fist above the cup, and you see a string of blood flow from it. He then takes the knife in both hands and hands it to the person next to him, who in this case is Jack.
Jackal takes him.
It's actually really surprising to see Cecil using the actual knife instead of his inbuilt tools.
It is the way it is. Jack just doesn't show his surprise, takes the knife with both hands, and also cuts his hand and adds to the cup and pass the knife to the next person.
Who in this case would be Titus.
Titus does a swift and practical motion and extracts the blood and passes the knife and obviously puts it to the blood.
And so the knife is passed to Abel.
Abel steps up to the table and with a swift motion Also makes a clean cut across his palm and squeezes until the vessel carries enough of his vitae as well.
And lastly, the knife is passed to Larry, who, as he picks up the knife, to everyone's amusement, it stops looking like a ritualistic dagger and becomes an incredibly ornate dessert knife, essentially, in the hands of such a huge creature.
Why?
I got scared for a moment there. I thought something fucked up my aura. Larry takes the knife, makes a cut across his wrist, and kneels down, or where's the cup, to sprinkle some of his blood into it.
And as Larry bleeds into the cup, while it smells just as any other Cainite's vitae, you notice that there's a sort of faint, glittery quality to his blood, as if it was mineral in nature almost. And as he bleeds into the cup and the blood mixes with the rest, the knife is then handed to Serena.
Serena takes the knife. I'm sorry if Frey starts interrupting me because I think she wants food. So Serena wipes the knife clean. Lifts the Vaulderie cup, concentrates for a moment, and then brings the cup to her lips. And says, well, she looks like she's about to say something, but it's like as if like she got distracted and a lot of thoughts just entirely left her brain. And she's like, reminds herself, with Cain's blood we are united, and with the blood bonds that we share in the Sabbat, we shall succeed in our most noble mission. And takes a drink and hands a cup to Cecil.
Cecil raises the this chalice with the blood sort of swirling inside it and says, "To this drink we commend the loyalty that we now share with each other and with our newfound member." And he takes a sip, passing it to Jack.
Serena feels very, very disappointed by her brain deciding to just like skip a track and failing at the final just like phrase to consecrate the ritual. You're just like, well, you did make the ADHD potato the back priest, didn't you?
Jack kind of raises the chalice with both his hands. With this drink, we defy the antediluvians that plague our kind, and takes a sip.
He then passes it on to Titus.
Titus also takes a sip and passes.
Then to Abel. Who apparently sits comatose and muted.
Abel picks up the goblet and says, "May this help us fight the demons in us and outside, and takes a drink.
Serena is even more disappointed that Abel gave a pretty good, consecration speech and didn't make a single Cainite dad joke.
After which, the cup is passed on to Larry, who again makes whatever item he holds essentially look like a miniature version.
Does it look now like champagne glass in his hands?
It looks like it's the same jarring effect as seeing Shaq hold a water bottle.
Yes.
It's that effect.
Larry takes the cup with one hand, pretends to hold it with the second one, because he thinks that it is a part of the ritual. For our common cause. And takes a sip.
And as Larry finishes the glass, I want everyone to roll a 1d10 to check for their new vinculum rating towards Larry.
Are we gonna do the others after the session?
Yes, we'll take care of that after the session. For now, I want
Do I roll to everyone else?
you. Well, you were
Yeah, I
already
should.
bonded to everyone
But-
else. Oh yeah, this is a
But
vinculum.
reroll.
Yeah,
yeah.
This
so
is just kind of different.
yeah, so
And to Cecil.
you can roll 5 dice if you wish.
Okay.
One for each member and one for Cecil. I will roll for Cecil. So Larry, you can register in your...
Honey,
Yes?
I'll be right back. I need to go get the dog some food because otherwise they're gonna,
That's okay. So I need you, Larry, to register Cecil as having a vinculum rating of 4 towards you. Everyone else, feel free to give your scores to Larry.
Mine is public, so 4.
Mine is 2.
Abel has a 5 for Larry.
I'm just relieved this is not another person for whom Cecil now has a 10 vinculum rating.
I have a 6 to Larry.
Okay, registered all.
Mhm.
What do we have Larry to us?
You may register. I'll tell.
So basically,
how-
Serena
how
says
do-
all of you. Hold on.
me. Able
Miguel, I have a question. How do they correspond the previous imitation of Vaulderie that we did and this Vaulderie? How do
I'll
these
handle the
ratings
modifiers
work?
after the session.
Okay.
So Serena, you can register a 6. Jack, you can register a 1. Abel, you can register a 4. Titus, you can register a 6. And Cecil will be registering a 4.
That's new stuff. Someone is not on 10 to sizzle.
Cecil is the ultimate universal daddy, apparently.
Yes.
And
These people invented this ritual, so yeah.
and as you all see Larry place the cup in the on the table, Cecil sort of straightens his back and looks to the rest of you and says, "Brothers and sisters, we are now more united than before. However, there is a concern I wish to discuss. Due to how easily infiltrated we were last time we had a visit, I am now asking all of you to spend your days sleeping in groups of 2 when possible. I will leave it up to you how you wish to divide yourselves, but given Abel's proclivities, it may be wise for Jack, Larry, and Titus to all share one room. I know this is frankly annoying and may feel beneath us, but safety is our #1 priority when fighting the enemies we face every night. So I ask you to accommodate this request. Does anyone say anything?
It is indeed wise.
How would it help?
Well,
Strength in numbers.
not only
Not
that,
to mention...
we all.
Go on.
Well, we all wake up at different times. So, even if something like last time happens, basically, if you are a late sleeper, but somebody else around you has been woken up, it's very unlikely that you're going to get ambushed unexpectedly. Of course, if all of you sleep very late, then you probably have a very weak point in your daytime defenses.
Something I feel the Pack Priest should focus on.
Of course. Although I myself, I am a heavy sleeper, so...
That's
Nothing
why
I
I
cannot
intend
work on.
to reinforce ourselves during the day with very unpleasant guards.
Actually, I've made a few more Schlachter, so whatever room you choose to sleep in, you can have a Schlachter. They are awake during the day, and they can be instructed to shake you awake should anything be happening.
That said, sleeping in groups of at least 2 would still be advisable. Most disciplines are difficult to use on multiple opponents in a single use. So, simply having someone else who can attack your attacker, so to speak, would be a great advantage.
Strength in number, essentially.
Exactly. I'll leave you to decide that later. For now, the last announcement I have for the night. As we are moving into Santa Monica, there are a few things we should be aware of. We all need to work together to take over such a large territory. However, given previous discussions I've had with our pack priest, we've come to the conclusion that if the Hand are testing us this way, the potential that we might not be the only ones after Santa Monica, it's far too great to ignore.
But we need Santa Monica.
We do.
So let's, in words of mortal president, own the finish line.
Titus has shared an interesting observation about Therese. He said that there's a very high Bruja presence, which means, and those are very easy for me to push into a frenzied battle. Nothing good like some Bruja infighting to set the Anarchs against each other. And also, apparently Therese is constantly on the move, but she visits the asylum about, like, at least once a week. But I guess not that often.
Do we know which day of the week she does this visit?
Sadly, no. It appears to be random.
I could track her. Like, I got a pretty big map of LA, so we could track her.
Potentially a good
I mean,
idea.
entering the asylum while
As
she's
you're
not there.
tracking, can the subject feel it through auspex?
No. As far as I'm concerned, this can be avoided by different methods, most of which are either very high blood sorcery counter magic powers, or far more obscure occult knowledges are required for that. This is not a vampiric discipline, so to say. It is a gift I've possessed since I was a mortal.
Well,
How can I say? The psychiatrist who turned me didn't really enjoy my on-point divination skills.
so you were insightful even before the embrace.
Yes.
The blood moves us
either
in
way-
some ways. Wouldn't surprise me if that's one of the causes of her embrace, whether her sire knew it or not.
Oh, it definitely was.
Well, I
He
suppose
wanted to
it's
fix
not.
me.
Yeah, I suppose it's not the reason we gathered here, is it?
Yes.
We can bicker about magic,
Mm.
about supernatural, on some later point.
Either way, as the Archbishop said, the fact that the Anarchs are moving, like the Santa Monica Anarchs are moving into Sabbat territory, which they didn't used to do before, just further proves the suspicion that Therese is working for the Camarilla as Jeanette. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, according to the rumors, Jeanette, Serena does the air quotes, Jeanette took care of Therese and defeated Strauss. He gave him a good ass whooping, which is how she got all her clout. Sounds to me like very basic infiltrator plan. Nothing I'm not familiar with.
So are we discrediting
Well,
Annette, as you said last
well,
week or so? Or are
well,
we replacing?
See, currently I do not have enough knowledge of Jeanette or Therese to actually replace him. Unless unless I will be consistently scanning the minds of everybody who comes to me with telepathy, I probably I won't know about what they're talking about, and obviously in their minds I won't find any answers that Therese or Jeanette may have.
Regardless, we need to decide on our approach. Either we put all our chips on a single bet, or we act smart. We have multiple plans simultaneously working to take that territory over. I vouch for the
Well,
second idea.
Conquer
yes.
and divide is always better idea.
Well, when Titus talked about the Brujas, what I remember about their clan is that they're very susceptible to my voice of madness. Pushing them over the edge and having them start in sect fights is a matter of simply walking behind them and saying something very inconspicuous.
Potentially a good idea. The rabble has blood that boils hotter than most. Exploitable, yes, but I
Not
would.
the single bet we should use.
Yes, not a single one,
And
but
I
it's a
would
good
watch
start.
out for the potential chaos this might cause. The silence of blood is to be maintained, and having a rampaging truck
Wow.
of speed and power bursting through the streets may not be the best approach.
We
So
don't
if we
need
do
to.
this, we need to do it in
In the
ways
asylum?
where we can control it.
In the asylum?
Potentially. Though the asylum, I'd wager, is well guarded.
Not if Therese is not there.
Potentially.
Besides,
Something to
going to
look
stop?
into.
Who's going to stop Jeanette or Therese from walking into her own asylum?
Alright. So we have two approaches: discrediting the Baron of that territory, while also causing chaos among the ranks. Other approaches we can use.
If we manage to discredit Therese in her current role as Jeanette, by, for example, me faking a very heavily damaged fish-eaten Jeanette showing up and being really mad at none of the anarchs figuring out that this dry fish is actually Therese, that will definitely fracture them. But after that, we could potentially see if, for example, any of the British anarchs here, like Penny Bess or Lita Cash, could be recruited. First of all, as far as I'm concerned, they still don't know where their little friend from UK is, who is currently away somewhere sent by Isaac. Not sure if their friend contacted them, but either way...
Are those Santa Monica anarchs?
No, they're not.
I suppose they're Hollywood, as Isaac is.
Well, they're in Hollywood, but they're from Britain. So most likely they don't enjoy either Isaac's or Jeanette's rule too much. But of course, there's always a chance of doing a double infiltration and me pretending to be also Tammy, because that's probably like who's I don't know, building a power base here, because that's probably gonna get those two anarchs running in and scattering to gather a power base to resist her, since they know all of her blood bonding and dominating sins against others, and that will cause more internal strife amongst them.
Potentially a good approach. I am
It would.
also concerned about how they managed to so quickly develop control over the area. They must have money
Well,
to move around.
well, it's Therese. She's in the Camarilla. She's a businesswoman, and
And
most
they
likely
also have a couple of ventures that may also work with funds.
Jeanette, well, Therese is totally banking on the myth that she defeated Strauss and took care of her sister. So if we want to destabilize Santa Monica in the quickest way, we need to disprove their myth that Jeanette killed Therese and sent Strauss packing. But
Letting them have less resources before we make that hit might also help. Though it will risk making the job easier for our competition.
Well, finances are my kind of thing.
and I'm sure La Zombre is always itching to
Oh, you don't fucking know how itchy I am to
show
shit
it
in a
to the
bowl of a
Ventress.
fucking Ventru.
I know.
Potentially something to
I
look
would give up
into.
my reflection second time just to do that.
I would wager affecting their finances, causing chaos within their ranks, discrediting their baron. If all of these are done simultaneously before we hit them with the big punch of having what they thought was the baron they were serving accuse the usurper of a failed attack. I'm sure this could prove extremely profitable for us.
I just had a brilliant idea, though it could be potentially dangerous for Larry. But everybody knows that gargoyles are associated with Tremere, right?
They
So if we're
are.
trying to yes, so here's think about it. So think of this plan. I look exactly like Jeanette, only who has spent the last I don't know how long underwater nibbled by fish. Maybe an arm is missing, maybe, bruises and whatever. I walk in to trash talk Therese, my perfect sister, who is currently pretending to me and sending the anarchs. Now, at first, the anarchs are not going to believe. Maybe I'm Therese, who decided to fake that I am, Jeanette. Maybe she is faking. Nobody knows. Nobody will know. To any Malkavian, it will look like the first two Malkavians fighting. So, our underwater Jeanette, performed by me, drops the big bombs, reveals, and accuses her sister, who people still sort of try to believe that is Jeanette, that she has been collaborating with Strauss and along and sending the anarchs to die on Sabbat territories and God knows where else. And then, just as she's about to reveal more things, a gargoyle comes sweeping down and grabs Jeanette and swoops her over towards downtown.
That is a
Probably the gargoyle
fucking
should have
ace if I seen one, but it's fucking dangerous.
It is.
It's
It is.
suitably dramatic. I approve.
I think this may work if we plant seeds of doubt ahead of time. What if,
Me.
in addition to doing this and causing chaos in the ranks, affecting their finances, discrediting the Baron, what if we fabricate some events designed for specific members of that territory to stumble upon? Raise doubts
Yes.
in their minds.
Yes, if we can sort of like warm them up to the idea that somewhere there's like a Jeanette that's really badly hurt, somebody gullible who would fall for it. Not a toreador with high aspects or something like that, though I can definitely protect myself against that. But, somebody younger, gullible.
Bruja.
Also, perhaps a bonus point or not, somebody infatuated with Jeanette.
Potentially. Those people are certainly easy to find.
Do we know of location of my namesake in Anarchs? Particularly old Bruja by the name Jack. I've
Never
heard of him.
before.
I've heard legends of him, but never met the man himself.
That's about what I've heard.
I'll look into it. In the meantime,
do we
we
need
need
him?
the... You said something.
Why did you need the Anarch Bruja Jack?
He is a legend
I see.
amongst Canite.
Is it really?
And I highly doubt he will dance to the fiddle of Strauss.
Yes, but at the same time, do we really want another legend for the Anarchs to gather around once their fairy tale of Jeanette beating the ass of Therese Warman and Strauss dissipates? We cannot let them have a new legend.
If there is a new legend
acting
showing
comes
up,
in,
if there
we
is a
don't
new
give
legend
them legend. We play as one.
If there is a new legend showing up, we want that legend under our control, 100%.
Oh yes.
I can also
Someone
recruit
like-
some Sabbat forces once we do destabilize it enough.
I mean,
Santa
this would be a
Monica
very
can
good.
be ours in a matter of 2 months, maybe 3.
I mean, this would probably be a good time to recruit Pennybeth, wouldn't it be?
If we
Oh,
can manage.
she is a legend among her kind, so
I mean,
There's also a couple of other matters. We'll need the internal perspective of the Anarch view of their Baron. And as I cannot show up, Larry looks like a monster, and 3 of you have been compromised already. We only have one option if we wish to send an infiltrator in.
do I change my face and go in?
I would prefer Jack go in. It's a
do I
dangerous
keep my
position
face?
to be put in.
But I can read minds, so.
And Jack is very good at what he does as well. I need you here.
I mean, maybe at the very least I could.
I said I need you here.
So-
That's a matter solved. We're sending Jack in.
Santa Monica or
Santa Monica. We need information on how the Anarchs regard their Baron. Maybe pose yourself as a Sabbat defector. Sell some lowlives. We do
Actually,
know that...
I'm going to.
Yes?
I want to check Jack's aura.
oh,
Okay.
it's
Because I know
fucking
if you-
squeaky clean.
Is it? I don't know.
Well,
I haven't
roll
checked
for
it.
What are you looking for?
Diablerie stains, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Therese is around, that's something she would definitely pay attention to. What was that? Okay, there we go. Does discerning apply?
Yeah, I suppose. You know what you're looking for, so...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 successes.
Alright. So, as you focus on Jack and the shimmering energy emanates around him, you can tell, obviously, he shows as a vampire. You spot no signs of diablerie, as far as you can
You're
tell.
clean. You're clean.
What is the emotion Jack is feeling right now?
It'd probably be something like Crossroad because he wants to
Confusion?
keep helping Larry. Probably, yeah. Uncertainty, maybe. He wants to keep helping Larry. He's not sure because of his moral state.
So you
But
see.
Santa Monica will prove useful.
All right. So, Serena, what you see is signs of mixed confusion and conflict of interest within himself. Though generally he seems calm. So he's not agitated and confused. He's calm, but contemplating his options.
Okay. Well, your aura is clean, so you're not really going to stick out like a Thor thumb to Therese, like when she last saw me. Especially on
Well,
the...
the legend of Sabbat Deflector. With or without science and aura.
Well, it would be... How to say? Jeanette wouldn't care about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Jeanette wouldn't.
If anything, she
But
might try to
Therese...
use you. Could be something.
But Therese, who is portrayed, who's portraying Jeanette, the first time she saw me, the one time that I did not put up my Molkavian cage of secrets that slaps anyone on the hands who tries to dig in my brains, she went in straight for the aura, she saw the diablerie, and she went straight for the mind eye. The multiple times I've seen Jeanette, she did not care.
Well, should be a good test. I'm sure he'll do fine. Now, that settles what Jack's occupations regarding Santa Monica will be. Titus, I'm aware you recently scouted the area. Can you continue doing so covertly?
Easy.
Good. Instead of looking for Anarch forces that might affect us, it would be best if instead you looked for potential competitors that might affect our chances. So look for Sabbat.
Ah, I see.
We need that territory if we are to turn our sword towards the real enemy. Abel, given your nature and the fact that your clan rarely is trusted, I think Santa Monica might be too dangerous a place for you to scout in. But perhaps Hollywood could prove more fruitful. Abrams is opportunistic, to say the least. Do you think you can do this?
I think I can look around.
Good.
If you need his direct address,
Well, I'm sure Abel can manage, but as always, the pack is here to assist you. Larry, you will be joining any one of your choosing for the forthcoming weeks. Mainly because we want you to understand how we do things in this sect.
Of course.
Good. In the meantime, Serena and I will work from here.
I do
We'll
have a
pull
question towards
strings from
Larry.
the shadows to try and tip the scales in our favor.
Larry, I actually have a question to you. So, you know how you
Yes.
face through the walls?
Yes.
Are you able to bring something with you? Or no?
No.
I see. What if you... What if... What if it's, for example, something like a USB drive in your mouth?
I think that I could.
Because what I was
Just
thinking...
just out of character, Larry would know foreign objects do not follow the gargoyle into the stone.
Serena
But
jumps like to her bed and hands Larry like a small USB drive. I don't need this one. Could you try facing through the wall with this in your mouth?
I will. Would this happen?
So you place the USB in your mouth. You approach the wall and brace your hand against it, and as you lean forward, your hand sinks into it, becoming sort of almost a faint outline, a faint bulge on the surface of the wall. The rest of your body begins to follow. As soon as your mouth reaches it with the USB inside it, you phase in, the USB falls to the floor behind you. And as you phase out of the wall, everyone else can see that there is a hole torn into Larry's cheek.
Oof, I'm sorry.
And Larry, you may take a single point of lethal.
Oof, that looks bad. I'm sorry. I was just hoping that perhaps you are able to phase with small items inside of you, because that would certainly make getting information from Teresa's laptop easy.
Well,
Otherwise...
I am not.
Because any other option of getting information from Teresa's laptop and her office would be walking in there as her. And wiping
we
the memories of
might
anyone else.
have a slight problem because do you remember where our beloved Nosferatu is? In which one
According
he
to
is?
Chuck, the Nosferatu from Isaac's pack, Sosimo is currently kept under tight wraps. His mouth is shut, lest he wishes a wild hunt to come after him. Which explains why Victoria was so nonchalant about not calling a wild hunt on a guy.
Well,
Since he
his
does...
mouth is shut, but Tremere do possess Auspex, his brain is probably most likely not shut.
This depends on what do you trust more. The type of dirt and information a Nosferatu warrant may have against others that they can trade for actually useful boons, or the Tremere's ability to, like, basically, who do you think is going to outsmart and outwit? The Tremere's Nosferatu or the Nosferatu the Tremere?
That's fair.
Either way, I'm pretty sure Oswald could be still alive and with Sosima at the moment, given that's his child. So unless Oswald has the same type of non-tracking charm applied to him, he could be potentially tracked.
Please look into that.
Or any other Nosferatus that I could get my eyes on.
If you have a Nosferatu contact in Sabbat, I
Well,
would greatly appreciate it.
well, you know Isaac from the
Yeah.
church? So he has a Nosferatu member among his ranks. But I can't say that he's exactly the smartest crayon in a box. Because when I was speaking with him, I had to outline the very obvious thing I hinted at to him several times in not so very subterfuge terms. And only then he got it. So, as far as, making conclusions from such things, he didn't. Like, obviously he has access to Nosferatu networks, but he didn't really much impress me. Yeah, that and also other trusted sources of information confirmed that he is not the smartest crayon in the box. But
Well,
nonetheless,
then, I suppose ye all corporate warfare against Venture it is.
but I'm pretty sure that he could probably help with that. I just don't know if he could be used for like getting access to Jeanette's laptop, because he's not the smartest crayon in the box, most likely. Other Nosferatu, who could be on Jeanette's side, could see that. While I'm sure the Nosferatu loves sticking it to an adventure. Especially Sabbat Nosferatu.
Oh yeah.
So, Serena hands you a number, and says, "This is Isaac's number. You can probably give him a call. Say that. Did you ever meet him?"
I've heard of him.
Ah, well, I advise you go meet him. He's a very interesting K-Knight. Similar to Abel, but less funny.
Similar in how?
In general.
I get it.
He's like Abel if Abel was from a fundamentalistic Christian death cult town, who then became a K-Knight.
Is he fucking La Sombra?
Actually, now that you're saying, I do remember that he said that his bloodline is definitely related to La Sombra.
And if he
and
doesn't look like a Kissid, it's gonna be very fucking fun
Oh, no.
conversation.
No. He is an Angelis adder. Yes,
I
those
see.
guys. But
I
he's
see.
like, don't worry, he is very high humanity. Like, he has
Oh.
to be. Because,
Just
but,
makes one more La Sombra in the city.
look, he's an okay guy. I mean, I did sort of steal his kill of his sire, or grandsire, I guess. It was a bad type of Angelis adder. But he's an interesting guy. very, very self-assured in his mission, but also willing to help in any way that won't bring harm to you or
Yeah, well,
others.
I suppose he can probably help me with my situation.
What's your situation?
Sorta in between normal La Sombra and Black Angels.
Ah, I see.
You
Yeah,
know,
I see.
denizens of the abyss.
I see. Well, yes, I suppose he could help you out on that, or provide you some guidance. Um, Either way, he has very good manners, and as long as you're respectful, you could even sass back at each other about the moral choices you make that the other does not agree, while still agreeing that the causes of Sabbat come as high priority,
Oh
the
yeah.
highest priority. So, um, I mean, I'm sure you could visit his church. Usually at this time he's there.
It's on the other side of the town.
Oh, right, I forgot we moved.
Yeah.
Well, just give him a call. Tell him I gave you his number. If he could perhaps give you Chuck's number. Also, if Isaac refers to Chuck as Chuckles, do not call him that. He doesn't like it.
Okay.
Mm,
Greatly appreciate.
but yeah, I'm actually surprised you haven't met him yet.
I'm sure it will be a colorful meeting.
I mean, it is sort of like a
Or
strange
dark.
family member. I mean, it's like a strange family members meeting up, but at least this meeting is not gonna end up in a diablerie of said strange family member.
If only the person Jack was meeting was one of consistent moral character. Regardless, I think we all have our missions. If you have any
Okay.
business to attend to tonight, I'll leave you to it. Otherwise, I should only mention that there is a visitor that has recently made his way into East LA. Someone who's been in town recently and who is presenting themselves to Victoria. And it may be
Is it?
someone who might help us.
Oh, okay. That's better.
Who will that
It's
be?
just.
Waylon Richardson.
Oh, fuck.
You may want to
just
pay
lost.
your respects.
I'm not May. I am have to.
Who is that guy?
We were speaking of family members.
Ah, is he a family member of yours?
Oh yes, he's my grandsire.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Well, look, last time our doctors mentioned visitors arriving to town, they were very decidedly far less pleasant.
Oh. I'm
Like no matter how is your sire,
at least his
100%
blood.
less pleasant. Yeah, I'm not a Ventru.
Oh yeah. Fuck those guys.
Well, regardless, I do have some business I need to attend to. Some of my experiments have been neglected as of late.
Tyrion's like, I don't have a task.
You do. You'll be here keeping me in working condition and making sure nothing else goes wrong.
Okay.
At least
Am I
while
on-
you're not out with the rest of the pack. Which I advise all of you to pay your respects to Wayland. He is a respected Sabbat member and a useful ally if you can placate his
Should we
unique
maybe
point
do
of
that?
view.
Should we maybe do that tonight?
You are
Is there
welcome
maybe
to.
an event?
I've already met him. We've caught up as much as we could.
I could go with Jack, because
The 5 of you should go. I have other things to attend to.
all right. Am I after greeting Valen? Do we go to our tasks or
Up to you.
okay?
Potentially, I'd like at least you to be here as soon as possible. Again, it's a matter of safety.
Inwardly,
probably.
Serena was like, up to you. She's like, yes, I can go and do stuff.
I will probably stay in East LA for a bit. Family has been really frequenting, especially me.
Larry, think you can fly unnoticed into East LA?
Do you think I cannot?
Well, if you violate the silence of blood, it's going to look really
I
bad on me.
can.
Okay, good. Look, you came here and you said you have amnesia, okay?
Very well.
Alright then,
I expect the 5 of you to placate Wayland as much as possible. We need him as an ally if I haven't made that clear enough yet.
okay. Jack, are you ready to go and be the
I'll try
perfect
to
little
remember.
grandchild of your
Oh,
grandsire?
perfect. Very. Humanity 3, just as he wanted. I'll try
Jack,
to remember proper etiquette of the meeting. Do I need to bring something for him? Like he.
Well, we can discuss that during the break, which we will be taking now.
By the way, as Jack learns about his grandsire, can I have another look at his aura to see what's the dominant expression like emotion he feels about his grandsire?
Roll for it.
1, 2, 3. I got 1 success.
Okay. You basically get to see the most dominant emotion. So, Jack, what is the most dominant emotion you are feeling right now?
It's either fear or like respect ingrained in his fucking brain.
So yeah, you see a mix, equal parts fear and
Knowing
subjugation.
The Lazombra clan? Yeah, knowing the Lazombra clan, that's probably what Valand wants to see anyway.
Yeah.
On the other hand, they are Darwinists, so he probably doesn't really want to see that either. So as like basically everybody's like, starting to go out, Tyrion like comes out to Jack and is like, hey, if your grandsire is gonna be really disappointed if you're afraid, and that's a dominant emotion you're feeling right now, I could just tone it down for you. But if he feels that's gonna make you fucking sassy, I don't advise it. Like, what would your grandsire respect more? You having no fear, but respect and being all very cool and collected? No fucking fear, cold mind? Or does he want to see fear in you?
What will he? Miguel?
I don't know, man. You're taking psychotherapy tips from a Malkavian. I don't think I can do or say anything to help you.
No. Just from what I know about Wayland.
Oh, it's hard to tell.
What would you like more,
Wayland keeps
fear or respect?
Wayland keeps his cards very close to his chest, so it's really hard to tell. That said, you may roll, let's say, intelligence and empathy to try and gauge what, from your experience, what he would value most. Or at least what you'd think he'd value most.
Either 2 or 0.
Okay. So after pondering the issue for a while, you come to the conclusion that if Waylon sees you extremely fearful, it's only a bad thing if you don't stand up to that fear. If Waylon sees you as disrespectful, you may very well be experiencing your last night.
Yeah, better take a fucking walk in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If it's kind of like 50-50 between fear and respect, I can manage.
I mean, I can try and have a look at your aura again.
Go on.
Or I could try to list all the different ways that your fear could make you appear weak in front of your sire and try to amplify the fear emotion merely with my words and then turn it down. I'm sure the Lazombra clan has taught you excellent manners, whether you're comfortable, afraid, or afraid. Okay. Pelese. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Oh fuck!
Gimme.
Okay.
That's all of
So-
that's his fucking soul on the platter.
You get a full range of emotions that Jack is feeling. You can tell that the most dominant one is sort of a reluctant respect.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of respect that you'd see reluctance mostly. The type of reluctance you'd see in someone who respects their boss because they know the consequences are worse than
Is
the bootlicking.
respectful though an emotion?
No,
Is
but
respectful-
resentful and not really wanting something.
So resentful.
Yeah, sort
So
of.
resentful is the dominant one.
Sort of. The dominant one is again, it's a hard thing to describe. I already used words that perfectly described
maybe
it,
Jack
so
can
I've
describe
lost
what
them.
he's feeling.
I mean,
Maybe Jack can describe.
He can, but
like, emotions?
knowing what Jack is feeling, because I have some background knowledge. But go on, Jack. What are you feeling?
He respects Valen mostly because he has to. He knows
I wouldn't be able to know if you respect the guy or not.
Yeah, it's the emotional side.
Basically, open this link, have a look, and
I know the colors.
I don't need the colors. Just say the names.
Yeah,
Are
it doesn't
you-
work that way always. But yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Are you afraid? Are you aggressive, angry, bitter, calm, compassionate, depressed, lustful?
Depressed
Those are
is
grandsire.
a permanent thing in Vampire Kind, I'm afraid.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is just a fucking background for the video.
Because like respectful could be like obsessed or like anxious or like
He's kinda
respectful-
anxious.
yeah, that's a feeling.
Yeah.
Okay, anxious. Anything else?
Idealistic might pass because this shit
Mhm.
is just fucking engraved in his brain.
Iris just like very strangely looks at the yellow in your aura.
There's a touch of fucking bitter and
But
bigger
what's the
splash
dominant
of
one?
red.
What's the dominant?
I would
Kinda
say,
anxious.
yeah, I would say it would be potentially a mix of orange and brown, with the brown being the most
Bitter.
prevalent.
And what is orange? And afraid.
Yeah.
Okay, so bitterness is the most prevalent.
Mm-hmm. And you do see a bit of like a scrambled static quality to the colors.
Well, I can see that basically you're mostly bitter and afraid right now. With the bitterness being a bit more on the upside, how do you respond to bitterness? Does it make you more likely to engage in a secret La Sombra child sassing at their grandsires, thus endangering our chances of gaining him as an ally? Um, I could make you not bitter for some time.
I'm not gonna sass at him.
It could also make you happy potentially. Happier.
He knows me. And he knows his methodology.
Yeah, but he's not gonna know that currently you're not bitter because your pack priest told you to stop being bitter. Up to you. The dominant emotion is bitterness, so if you want it on tone down for this meeting, I can do that for you.
Let me ponder it during the ride, okay?
Well, if you ponder it, once we get out, I'm gonna have to check your aura again. Because otherwise I'm going in blind. Anyway, I'll go get dressed into something more presentable. Time to get out my Camarilla dresses.
In the meantime, you see that Cecil has already opened the file again and is flipping through the pages. And
Do I know
he
which
approaches
file
it's the file you handed Serena. And he approaches the body on the table, and as he reads the file, he seems to rest one of his hands on the chest of the test subject, as it sort of moves up and down with his breathing. And that is where we will leave this session for now. We will take a short break and be back very, very soon. Stand by.
See ya.
Welcome back. We join our group once more as they drive already within East LA, starting to approach the barrio where Victoria often takes care of business regarding the territory. And as you park the car near the general area of the barrio, and you walk down the street towards the one apartment building where Victoria will probably be meeting with Waylon, you see, parked down the street, an incredibly slick, expensive car, parked with a number of men in suits standing near it. They seem to eye the gangsters and the passers-by, making sure no one approaches the car, and through the bulge on the side of their coats, you can kind of tell that they are armed. Do you approach Victoria's apartment straight up?
Masters here. Do I recognize any of them?
Let me roll to see if you would.
Yeah.
There's just one thing that might. Okay. You know that Wayland constantly rotates his staff. Usually because they don't last very long under him. The pay is probably amazing for most people to refuse, but the risks involve, among other very real physical risks, the main risk of working for Wayland is working for Wayland.
Yeah.
That's to say you don't recognize anyone.
Yeah.
Do you approach the apartment straight up?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to warn you, you are muted, Serena.
Sorry. Jack, shall I lead the way as a pack priest, or do you want to lead the way as a grandchild?
What will be better etiquette-wise? Do I know?
I'm gonna roll etiquette.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, both of you roll intelligence etiquette. You will get different results simply from the fact that you have very different unlife experiences.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. I suppose it's 6 or 7 even.
Jesus fucking Christ, look at that.
Yes.
had to
Jesus
roll
just
seven.
left the building with Los Hombres down.
Correction. The La Sombra Antediluvian just left with Jesus on his lap.
Come, sweet child,
3
we don't need
successes.
these pesky mortals.
3 successes.
Okay, so Serena, as a sect, it would be generally advised to follow the leader of the pack, though it's not expected of every single pack to follow this this very strict structure because of the Sabbat's constant rhetoric of we're all free and we're all equal, etc., etc.
But also we are like Cecil is our doctors.
Yes.
And we are expected to have some manners. Also, I realize there's a lot of people outside, and I have no idea how Larry's gonna actually land here. Or even enter the apartment.
I suppose we'll see once he does arrive.
Well,
Jack,
either way,
your role.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Jack, your role tells you something similar, only with a slight detail that affects your clan. As I've mentioned during the break, La Sombra are extremely well, they are social Darwinists. That means that if you want your grandsire to look favorably upon you specifically, you essentially have to act as if you placate the people around you to use them, but you don't need them.
Right. So, here's my idea. Because Victoria did help us out with the maladies that plagued Cecil, we're gonna approach using the basic etiquette, the back priest greets the archbishop first, etc., etc. Plus, I do have things for which I need to, personally thank her for aiding. Besides, she, according to Delmont, she also had to take promise a favor. As with Valen, since I have never met him, you take the lead as his grandchild. Once I'm done with the pleasantries with Victoria. And then you can take the lead on introducing your pack members, including the pack priest.
Sure.
Besides,
It can probably happen in the reverse order because he's already there.
Yes, but Victoria is the Archbishop, so we greet her first.
Sure.
And after that, I will be thanking Victoria personally, probably depending on the situation. We'll see. But either way, once the initial pleasantries are exchanged, you take the lead with your grandsire. I might get anxiety on meeting new people that are very far in mindsets from the Malkavians and the Zemita.
So
Well then, shall we?
Lead the way.
And Serena leads the way, and also you all notice that she's wearing like almost a floor-length velvet dress. You barely ever see her wearing these things, but whenever Serena puts it on, she's like, "Oh, okay, time to get my ex-prince wardrobe out." And the last time Abel and Titus saw Serena wear something like that was when Rourke came to visit.
Well, as
But-
you debate this amongst yourselves,
No, I approach. I approach
Well, hold on.
the place.
As you
Okay.
debate this amongst yourselves, eventually, Serena, you look up and notice that on the roof of one of the apartment buildings is a hunched figure, very like surprisingly well hidden in the shadows, with his eyes sort of being the only real giveaway, almost in a way where he wants you specifically to notice him. And Larry simply nods.
Serena basically gives him a bit of a longer stare, but not too long for like others to like look where she's going, but enough for him to see that she's noticed him, and does like a very minor nod, and then proceeds towards Victoria's place of residence, leading the way. And basically, this is the Serena that Abel and Titus saw when Rourke was over. Like very straight back, very very proper walking. Like instead of just like being very emotive and dynamic, it's like everything is like pushed down, and she's just like walking as like very well educated young lady from a finishing school with a very emotionless expression.
Titus is overall frustrated from all the formalities around him.
And he actually appears somewhat frustrated. It's actually visible in his general demeanor that he's sort of tapping his foot once in a while.
Well,
The
Serena
tail
has.
stops wagging.
Could you repeat
Well,
that, Abel, please?
The tail stopped wagging on Titus.
Yes.
Funnily enough, I'm the one who has a tail now. Either way, Serena approaches like Victoria's apartment. Does anybody stop them?
I guess that means no.
Okay.
So, as you approach the apartment, you try the door. It seems to be unlocked. And as you walk inside, you are met with a man who seems very properly dressed, and he says, "Welcome. The mistress has been expecting you. Are you here to deal with her or the recent arrival?
Both, actually. Um, mm, the your there are certain pleasantries and fuck, what's that word? And gratitudes to be passed on to your to Miss Victoria, and also the recent guest is a relative of one of my companions. So both.
The man gives
It is.
a deep nod and says, "If you'll follow me, we do ask of you a modicum of respect for the recent arrival, and we, of course, advise against interrupting the mistress while she discusses business. But
As
you may
usual.
wait in the room, as I was instructed to tell you."
Very well. Lead the way. Um, we do have another guest that should be able to manage to find his way in. He has been recently officially inducted into our organization,
Mr.
but
Larry,
he's
yes. He has
yes.
specific instructions on how to enter the building. He's visited
Excellent.
multiple times in the past few weeks.
I'm aware. Yes, excellent. Thank you.
Of course, ma'am. And he leads you through the apartment. The apartment itself seems rather small, and given how many rooms you pass, you wonder where she actually is. And at some point, um, the man directs you to what looks like a small bedroom with a lot of derelict furniture. At first, you think, well, this is the room. There are no other ways to go from here. What the hell are we doing in here? Until the man reaches to the closet, opens the door, and on the floor, instead of the floor, you just see a gaping hole with a ladder on the side. The man takes a few steps to the side and just gestures towards the ladder. If he'd be so kind.
Yeah, I guess Serena goes first. Really wishing that she would have taken her heels off at the entrance. Her feet are probably much more easier to climb down this ladder.
Mm-hmm.
But with her athletics abilities, it's not a problem. Just annoying.
Jag follows just next.
Mm-hmm. Titus enable.
I go down.
Okay.
I go with Abel.
All right. And as everyone climbs down, you spot pulling himself out of the wall, Larry, who sort of climbs down the wall in a very unexpectedly animalistic way, in a very unexpectedly nimble way, and eventually lands on the floor. The section you enter resembles a very large cave, dug into the floor, potentially through mundane means, though the shape of the cave indicates that it's, at the very least, something that was here way before civilization, or a modern civilization, set up this barrio above it. Within, you see a number of extremely old carvings on the walls, and in the center of it, there's this circular table with plenty of etchings on the rim that sort of spiral towards the center, where in the center of this circle, there is a small hole. Potentially, by the shape of it, you would assume that it's a sacrifice table designed to drain the blood in the center. Beyond this circle, you see Victoria and a number of others lounging around. Victoria seems to be discussing with a fairly tall man with his hair pulled back. And as he finishes discussing, he sort of gives a slight, dull, almost emotionless chuckle. And then he slowly turns his head towards you. And Jack, the first thing that strikes you is a characteristic you're very familiar with. Something that still haunts you to some extent. It's Waylon's eyes. He sort of has these gray, very reflective looking eyes, almost as if staring into a mirror made of silver whenever he looks at you. And he notices all of you approach and takes a step to the side and looks to Victoria. It seems my progeny and his allies are here to welcome me, but I'm sure formalities are called for. Victoria seems to just look to the side, very sort of giving him the I understand what my job is look. She then takes a few steps forward with her arms open and she says, "Welcome. To what do we owe this visit?"
Greetings, Your Excellency. Well, it's the occasion, and the guests, and of course your aid in helping our pack. It called for a personal visit to Your Excellency, so that the pack may graciously express their gratitude towards your aid in our recent troubles. And of course, as I already assume, I think the Ductus has already been here to greet you. But from the whole pack, I express my deepest gratitude for your aid in this unfortunate trouble that is now in the past. And Serena gives what would be like the most appropriate way right now here, like as he meets a bow, so to say?
Well, a bow is polite, but as this is Sabbat, you are expected to have as much of a courtesy as you think the Sabbat member has earned from you. How they react is entirely up to them.
Ah, right. Well, considering that Victoria...
The whole personal freedom and equality shit, you know.
Well, then Serena is going to do a bit more of a knightly, bow, because Victoria personally, literally, saved Cecil. So Serena is very, very grateful. So this dress that Serena's wearing, it's, since usually, sometimes shit happens, so agility needs to be had. So Serena does this sort of more of a knightly bow when she says that, and she says, "I personally am quite grateful to Your Excellency for helping us." And she, after, basically, if Serena would have her sword right now, the sword would be also part of the, the bow. But she doesn't have her sword because this is, polite business. And then she stands up and like gives a respectful bow and like nod to Victoria and looks to the rest of the pack. There's nothing written on her face, but all of you know that if you don't thank personally, Victoria, I am eating your brains out. I am eating your brains when we're back, and possibly literally.
Abel will also make a flourish as he says, "Greetings, Your Excellency."
It's
Any
good to
thanks?
see you all in good health. Larry, it's nice to know you're still part of this group. Have you been fully inducted?
Yes, tonight, Your Excellency.
I believe I asked this question of your friend.
Yes, I have, Your Excellency.
Good. I'm sure you're capable of great things for the sword.
I am.
I suppose you will have to be, to earn your place, and to justify the mercy that was shown to you. I, for one, welcome you, brother. After a few moments, she, seems to ponder an idea, and then looks to Wayland and says, I believe you should entertain your grandchild. I have some business to attend to, a few ideas to mull over, plans to make. And she makes her way to the ladder, at which point she grabs the side of the ladder, and almost in a very unnatural, uncanny way, instead of climbing it like a normal person, she almost seems to slide up the ladder in a very smooth, snake-like motion. Wayland sort of chuckles at the display in a very dull way, and as he approaches your group, you notice that his appearance is definitely pale, definitely Cainite-ish by nature, but at the same time, it's oddly human, as if you can't quite place if he's low or high humanity until he actually, looks to you, at which point you realize there's nothing human in him, but only when he stares straight at you. And as he looks over to all of you, he seems to walk towards your general group and ends up walking past most of you and reaches Jack. He stands firmly in front of him, staring straight into his eyes, and then he says, It's been a very long time since we've spoken, Jack.
Indeed it was, Master.
I've heard your sire is in town. Have you spoken?
I greeted her when she came in.
I would assume she would reach out at least. Has she shared anything with you that I should be made aware of?
We just had a conversation, just general conversation, and I asked her help regarding one particular relic we acquired in combat.
Tell me about this relic. And be honest, Jack, you can tell when you lie.
course you are. It is a sword that was at a point wielded by a knight who somehow managed to replicate the arms of Ahriman with it. He was immortal, but if I remember correctly, he lived a long life. And then the sword was stolen from his crypt by a enemy we faced about a few months ago.
Such an item that you managed to land your hands upon. I'm sure it's useful. Have you tried using it?
It seemed to be rather unwilling to cooperate with our kind. Hence why I asked my sire to help with that.
Asking your sire to help with things. This is something If I remember correctly, you've only done this a few times, and only shortly after your embrace. Has she failed to educate the lessons of our clan to you?
No, she didn't. It was just outside of my or any of my packmates' degree of knowledge.
I see. Best make sure this does not stay the case.
Of course.
And as he says this, he sort of brings his gaze straight to your eyes again. And once again, it sort of unnerves you of how reflective his irises are. Almost like you can nearly see your reflection on them. And yet, you can't because of your curse. It's unnerving, to say the least.
Yes.
He then gestures towards the rest of your pack, and without taking his eyes off of you, just says, I believe you should introduce me.
I should. This is Serena, our priest. She is a seer. This is Abel. He is a seeker. This is Titus. He is of Clan Gangrel. And this particularly big person is Larry. He is gargoyle, but I'm not sure of which kind.
Charmed. You seem tired, Jack. The world is weighing heavy on your shoulders.
Is there anything tickling my supernatural senses?
In which way do you mean?
Well, as in, is he trying to use like some sneaky mental discipline or something on Jack, or like test his like limits with like, that sort of.
Well, unfortunately, awareness wouldn't really help you here because it's not being
Occult?
used on you. But you can roll for perception occult to try and sort of discern the signs.
Kindred lore applies?
Yes.
6, 7, 8. 6 successes.
All right. You can tell that all of this just fits someone using mind games to fuck with someone. And by Jack's sort of struggling demeanor to some extent, you get the sense that Wayland is sort of toying with Jack, prodding at him, trying to see if he spots weaknesses. And Jack is trying to resist it as best he can. Unfortunately, this means that no disciplines are being used, and thus.
Actually, I just remembered. Can I look at Jack's aura right now?
You can try, but in a bit.
Okay.
Because you just made a roll, so we need to let the scene play out a bit, because things take time.
I'm just gonna make that roll now. Okay.
Jack, given how Wayland is essentially treating you, how do you find yourself reacting to it?
Very cautious. Because the best lies are not spoken.
And so he asks if the world is weighing on your shoulders.
I've had my fair share of struggles. But if I remember correctly, God gives his strongest soldiers his toughest fights. But
Serena
I manage
suffers
for now.
inside. Serena suffers inside a bit when Jack says that.
Wayland seems...
He's from a clan that's fucking famous for their religious beliefs, okay?
Wayland seems
Abel smiles.
to lean his head backward, and he says, "Indeed. Only you've been taking your duties quite seriously, unlike your sire. At least if your appearance is anything to go by." And as he says this, he sort of like grabs your jaw and sort of moves your head side to side. Sort of highlighting how your face has recently become paler and shown like more signs of gaunting, you know, the indications of low humanity. He then sort of lets go with a slight push and says, "Perhaps your back priest should handhold you through your morals. Or maybe you are ready to accept fates that were destined for our kind. If so, I'm sure I could help."
Serena looks at Jack. Go for it.
I'm not sure if she'll be able to help. She is of rather different mortality. Morality.
One that does not conflict with your ductus, I would assume.
Yes.
He is a highly respected member of the sect for a reason. Very good teacher, but some systems of morality are not compatible with our kind. We are tools of another tampered steel that flesh is too weak to resemble.
Indeed.
You should call me sometime. We should catch up. Perform a few lessons together. Dirty that soul slightly so we can get you to work.
Just dancing in the fucking background.
Serena, if Wayland is like turned with her back to her, she's like, "Go for it." Like, I can't teach you the passive metamorphosis. So.
And everyone else from Victoria's Pack who's hanging out are like taking pictures of the shit.
The most important guys in the conversation just doesn't fucking show on that bitch.
Actually, does it seem like Valent is about to stop talking to Jack?
He seems like he's bringing the conversation to a close.
Because I just kind of wanted to have a look around the room that is around me.
Well, in a bit.
Okay.
So, yeah. Jack makes the offer, or Waylon makes the offer. Jack, how do you respond?
I'm not entirely sure if this is the best time, since I was offered a spy duty,
I see.
and in that part of town, our clan is not really appreciated.
Well, it's a shame. It's a shame to see you deny
I
the
don't
blood
deny
in
it.
your veins.
I'm just stating the fact that right now could be not the best time.
Well,
I hope offer is still on the table.
if you do wish to learn, you know how to reach out to me. And perhaps tell your sire that her presence is sorely missed. If only she'd stop resenting the loss of that putrid ghoul she dragged around and simply spoke to me, I could teach her what she was meant to do. But I suppose disappointments are bound to happen, are they not, Jack?
Indeed, I guess.
Well, let's hope you're not one of them. And he simply walks past you towards the exit. And as he reaches the ladder, it's almost as if he floats into the wall as a shadow, and that shadow starts fading up.
Once that is done, since nobody's saying to leave, Serena is going to have a look around this room. Because he could have been doing that all along while Jack's grandsire was torturing him. So
He was, and he was mind fucking him.
anyway, Serena wants to basically have a look at the engravings and the paintings, so to say, explore this bit of mythology, occult. Basically, do you want me to make a roll? Do you?
You can make a quick intelligence academics roll.
History applies?
Yes.
Of course it does. Of course.
I'll memorize most important stuff.
And book smarts probably applies, right?
Are they both in the same category?
No, they're like one is in intelligence, the other one is in academics. Remember,
in that case, both of them apply.
Iris
How do
went
you
to fucking
handle
uni.
double specialty, by the way?
It's 2 extra dice instead of 1 extra dice.
Okay.
1, 2,
yeah.
By the
4.
way, to all our watchers, we use homebrew here when handling specialties, so the rules may differ slightly to what you're accustomed. Okay.
So this is like
Yep. So as you look around the room, this definitely shows signs of being a chamber dedicated to sacrifices, potentially of the religious sacrifices, not just ritualistic ones or occult ones, but religious.
Actually, I may may I clarify something?
Mm-hmm.
When Iris was studying history in university, she was studying specifically different mythologies and beliefs around the world.
Mm-hmm.
So occult history.
Okay. Well, as you examine the general structure of the room, you would assume that some of the things this room had in it are missing. There is no figurehead of the god you're worshiping, no symbols of the god you're worshiping. The only thing left of the ritual aspect of this room is the sacrificing table. Potentially, it's left here because it's quite literally part of the room. It's a gigantic stone pillar embedded in the ground. Some questions
Approximate
arouse in your mind, mostly dealing with how they managed to get this gigantic stone pillar that is clearly made of a different material than the rest of the room. How they managed to get it down here and put it in this position. It must have been truly a.
magic.
It must have been either a feat of architecture or magic.
Chainhead magic.
And just looking around, the room itself seems extremely weathered. But if you had to guess, the type of culture that performed these rituals in this specific room would have to be a variation of Mayan religion. Not exact Mayan religion, since the worshipping sites in Mayan culture were very different than this. But definitely you see a lot of Mayan influence in what might be the deity and the culture of this room.
Does sacrifice table have any symbols or anything?
It has a number of very, very, very faint and weathered symbols. Like I said, in a circle that sort of spirals towards the center, where there's one small hole that drains the blood.
Could I look at them closer?
You can. You did not get enough successes to discern what they are, simply by looking at them. But you can certainly make out a few and take note of them for later study, if you wish.
Couldn't I try and see occult-wise something instead of history?
You may roll for it. However, the difficulty is going to be raised significantly because this is the second roll to try and interpret stuff out of the room.
Yeah.
In the meantime, what are the rest of you doing?
Is it int plus occult?
Yes. What are the rest of you doing?
At least 10 minutes after Wayland left, Jack will exhale. Yeah.
You get no successes, Serena.
For fuck's sake.
Well, Jack,
Abel.
Yes, Abel.
Abel is also taking in the atmosphere of this room, and maybe approaching it in a more practical way, and seeing if there are any interesting markings on the walls. I mean, this centerpiece had to have been transported here by some means, and if we do exclude magic, there must be. There should be another way in here.
Well, you may roll. Do you have any education in architecture, Abel?
I suppose I don't.
History?
And well, no, unless I have a general academics education.
Okay. Well, You are a learned scholar at the very least, so it may be something you've read about simply out of curiosity. The difficulty will be a little high for you, but you can roll intelligence academics to try and discern how this was done. Okay. You would expect this room is not the only section of, well, the structure around you. It's simply the only section that is visible right now. There are no connecting areas to it that are visible. That said, it's a man-made structure that is ancient beyond all reason, so it's potentially reasonable that cave-ins and such have essentially blocked off connected sections. Namely, above the area where the altar is, you see that the ceiling sort of, the shape of the ceiling sort of has, instead of being round, it has sort of a dome that almost makes a jagged edge right above where the altar is. You would assume that this is to distribute the weight of it, as a lot of Gothic architecture does. In this case, however, you would also assume that this was essentially put here, potentially, after this gigantic pillar was placed. So, if you had to wage some money on it, you'd guess the construction of the base was made with space for the pillar, then the pillar was placed here, and then they filled in the ceiling, or essentially covered whatever hole they used to bring the pillar in. That said, if that's how they did it, it is a feat of architecture. It is not an easy thing to do, especially with the technology they had at the time.
And would probably require a lot of manpower.
A lot of manpower. Slave labor is basically a given for this. You would not be able to pay enough people to do this and have it be like a regular thing. So as you study this altar and the room around it, Titus and Larry, what are you guys doing?
Titus looking around, all bored, and just wants some action as his nature wills it.
Okay.
I'll-
You can, so Titus, you can roll me a very, very quick perception alertness. It's going to be difficulty 11, so you need 2 10s to succeed.
One moment.
Mm-hmm.
Jack
Larry.
will just
Oh,
kind
sorry,
of memorize. Jack will just kind of commit to the memory, whatever is seems ritualistic in this place.
Okay.
He can go at it on later.
You know what? I got it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
He
Oh
did.
my god.
Okay. So,
Wait, let me.
Titus.
Fucking hell!
Titus,
Fucking hell.
you, as you're just bored and just wishing this shit was over, something catches your nose. It's a stale, extremely faded scent. And it smells not like blood, but it smells like actual vitae. Somewhere in the room. It's very, very faint. Like extremely faint.
I'll try to find the source.
Okay. So you'll spend some time doing that. I am accounting for it.
Miguel,
Larry.
I texted you. I'm a monkey. I'm waiting for an answer.
Apologies. Apologies.
No problem, no problem.
I will answer in writing. In the meantime, feel free to roleplay the aftermath of Jack's torture.
Serena, before returning to the rest of the pack, she still wants to get more information about the room. So she's going to does it look like you shouldn't approach or touch the altar? Miguel,
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
does it look or feel like you shouldn't approach and touch the altar? Serena wants to basically come closer, have a look at the altar, so to say, and swipe as the symbols as she uses spirit touch.
Well, the altar has no signs of
No touchy.
danger. It has no indication that you shouldn't touch it, and no one protests if you get close to it. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna protest off a Malkavian simply touching an altar. As long as they're quiet, it's best for everyone. And because I do remember one of my very fucking first attempts at doing spirit touch and botching it to fuck, I'm gonna use a willpower point. Because I am not passing out and driving who knows where in a trunk. I think then I'd literally end up on a house arrest. Excellent. Excellent. Fucking excellent. Let's see. What's the difficulty, Miguel?
One moment, I'm answering the message. So, like I said, roleplay amongst yourselves for just a second while I answer this, because it's been waiting basically for that entire scene.
Yeah, so, you all basically see Serena study the room and symbols and how it looks, looking very pensive. As she seems to be mumbling something under her very quietly, not even saying anything, just her lips are moving as she's recounting something. And finally she just approaches the altar, swipes her hand on it, seems a bit deep in thought, and then returns back to the rest. So
Impressive relatives, Jack.
Oh yeah.
Seemed very friendly.
I mean, she did offer you to mentor in a path, and you do need one soon. So unless you're planning to learn the system.
I look like that, going around fucking Santa Monica.
I can... Jack. First of all, do not worry. I can make you... Actually, I can even make you right now look very alive. And, plump. Rosy-cheeked.
As Serena says that, any of you that just look around the room see Victoria's pack, who, like I said, are just lounging around. You see a few of them sort of give the side eye to Serena, and one of them sort of shivers and just goes back to scrolling on his phone.
Excellent. I love that.
The intended effect.
Look,
Miguel?
I'm
sorry. Miguel, can I roll perception awareness? As in the power description?
You may, yeah.
Okay.
By the way, Miguel.
Well, actually, you don't really need to. Because it's not an attempt to hide. That's the thing. So you don't need to roll. That's the thing. You just sense there's that.
The specific location. You can. I sent you the power description.
Yeah, I know. It's just I'm managing the entire stream by myself. Apologies.
Yeah.
But let's say you can roll perception awareness, yeah? It's going to give you a general sense of the direction, but it's not going to give you a specific location. Is that okay?
Yeah, 2 successes.
Okay.
You can
I'll
Miguel,
DM you the details.
Miguel, by the way, if my lowest success is 8, so if everything above that is a success, I rolled 8 successes with a willpower, so
On your attempt
give
to
me info
do...
about spirits
Do
touch on the
touchy
altar.
to the ritual.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Well,
you can.
the...
She touches the ritual, the sacrifice table appropriately.
So
We can
the...
do that a bit later. Can we finish the scene that was
Okay,
interrupted?
sure.
Sorry,
Go on,
I
go
already
on.
forgot what we were saying.
Go on.
Can somebody remind me where we were?
We were talking about path.
Ah, yes. Because when I went onto this path, I still had to, hang around the capes. And if I looked the way I looked after that, I really would have been quite obviously not one of them. And yet, a path of enlightenment is not any hindrance to infiltrating either the Anarchs or the Camarilla. If you have a metamorphosis in your pack who can, put the fat back, add some rosiness to your cheek, and, make you look a bit more alive like they do. More human. And if you don't like pain, you could always get some morphine in advance.
Pain is not the problem.
Well, then learning a path of enlightenment is also not a problem. You're quite low on your humanity. It is... You must commit to your transition as early as possible. And since neither the road of the beast nor the road of metamorphosis is suitable to your needs, unless your grandsire's road is not exactly something that you feel you could successfully practice, you should pick it faster. Because I'm sure the greatest disappointment to your grandsire and your sire would be if you accidentally wassailed because you didn't commit to survival in time.
Have you seen a lot of nihilists?
Yes, quite. I used to be young when they were popular.
So, it's not very friendly path.
I see. So it does not appeal to you. Well,
It's not appealing in the part of give no aid, receive no aid.
wait, can you repeat that? Give no what?
Give no aid, receive no aid.
Ah, I see. Well,
Old path of abyss, the road of the abyss. That's a fun story, actually.
well,
But I doubt
first of all,
anyone.
well,
left
here's a
with it.
little lesson for you from my learning on the path of metamorphosis. However you leash your beast with the path of enlightenment, yes, there are sins to which you adhere, but it is only your limits of understanding philosophy and everything unsaid, and as well as mindless adherence to opinions on how things that are not as simple as one may interpret it, like how they interpret it. After all, what was that phrase? I believe it would be translated something like this. Teach an idiot how to praise God, and they will break their forehead on the floor. Paths have certainly certain guidelines, sins, so to say, which are phrased in a certain way, not because that specific thing is the very core concept, but because there are certain ethics that this sin is meant to represent. So if a sin is an oath statement, then the ethic which you must follow by avoiding that sin is the yes statement. Truth lies more in the yes statements because they are more broad and not limiting, while learning only the prohibitions put you at the same perspective as a peasant who doesn't know how to read but only knows the 10 Commandments. And do you see my point?
Kinda.
Either way, I'm not familiar with your grandsire's past, so perhaps you're right and it doesn't suit you.
Most
Perhaps.
probably some form of passive night.
But either way, teachers, any practitioner of any path of enlightenment is always limited by their understanding of philosophy and ethics of that path. You can choose the easy way and learn the 10 Commandments by heart without really understanding the goals and the purposes of the ethics behind them, or you can actually study the philosophy behind a vampire morality system and understand depths hidden within the past that no doubt lead back to the medieval times when they were still called roads and had more fluidity. It is still there, but you need to understand them. I am sure there are plenty people on the canines on the path of metamorphosis that look only on the prohibitions of the path and don't spend a lot of time contemplating on that hidden depths. So it's sort of like you know that, for example, so Titus's path gets a lot of bad rep with the capes and the rabble, right? And while certainly for him, the more beastly nature of our kind is something that allows him to be at peace with his beast. That is, according to my understanding, unlike my path, that philosophy directly prohibits torture and murder, senseless murder, not for survival or to defeat an enemy that wishes you death. And I will remind you that my path does not follow that.
As you speak of Titus, you sort of glance towards him and he's sort of sniffing the air with a lot of difficulty trying to track down something in the room.
Can I use heightened senses and see if I can smell it?
You can try, yeah. But without asking, it's gonna be really fucking hard. Just
Serena,
yes.
I
Just a sec.
feel some presence.
Okay, give me a moment. I'll deal with all of it right now. So heightened senses, that's perception alertness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my difficulty reduction is by 4.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I love fucking aspects.
Yeah. If only the difficulty wasn't like ridiculously high. Still.
I'm pretty
it's-
sure I succeeded.
Damn. Okay. I got 2 successes. So
Damn.
you sniff the air, and after like a few moments, like really, really trying to find out what the fuck he's smelling, because he's on it like a bloodhound, essentially, kind of really trying to track down the smell. You smell at first very dirty clothing from one of the members of Victoria's pack, and obviously very frenzy happy gangrel. You smell the general dust of the room, and then you catch it. It's very, very faint. But you catch just a faint smell of Vitae. Like spilled
Woof,
Vitae.
Okay, and woof, this is where I stop sniffing it. Because I'm turning
yes.
off my heightened senses and turning to Larry. Yes, Larry. There's a presence. Let me check. Perception awareness.
Underneath the floor, somewhere in the center, I feel it, but there is no space. It could be another gargoyle or something else.
By the way, what did my spirits touch reveal about the altar?
So what you sensed about the altar at first was
8 successes.
Yes. It was used by many people, and the main emotions connected to it that you can sense are fear and utter, like, pain. However, the fear seems not exactly what you'd expect. It's not the fear of being on the altar itself or something happening on the altar. It's the fear of not going through something or not going through with what you're doing. And as you try to picture its current or last owner, you simply see and hear Victoria's name.
My 8 successes should basically give me any information that I want to know about this.
Go on, ask.
What is this basically culture of the altar? God worshipped. Its purpose.
It seems to be originally a worship site. It seems to have been used as both a worship site and something else. It's kind of hard to tell what it is, but the main thought that comes to your mind is prison.
Okay, no, actually, for Serena's, that's like, come on, she studied occult history.
Yes, which is why it surprises you. This doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't surprise her. It makes sense. This is a worship site where somebody was sacrificed in order to keep some evil deity probably imprisoned.
Yeah, sure, you could see it that way, yeah.
God deity.
And eventually, Titus...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What was that?
I don't know.
But yeah, eventually, Titus, as you walk around, trying to sense where that smell is coming from, you end up finding that the smell takes you directly towards the altar and is coming straight from the opening in the center.
I'm
What?
curious.
What Larry said. There is something at the altar.
Does it kinda look like Abyss Prison I heard some about? High level of tenebration, but I should have heard about it at least.
Guys, first of all, if there's something beneath the altar, then Isa Victoria knows about it and is not going to enjoy us snooping around.
You start seeing
Her
Larry
temple.
sinking into the ground.
Oh shit, Larry, stop!
Larry, come back,
Stop.
please. Larry, come back, please. You're being rude.
I will check it.
No, you don't.
Larry, come back. That's not how you're meant to behave.
First
and
of all, you
somebody
don't know
else is
about any dangers.
Come back here. And let me
Larry
teach
still
you.
goes.
Well, it's your funeral, man. If Victoria wants to turn into a giant snake and fucking slam you with her giant body, that's your problem.
There we go.
Miguel, you still
Mhm.
didn't tell me purpose and deity.
Again, the purpose is the
Prison.
both a worship and imprisonment of something.
Okay. Culture, like what Mayan
Again,
culture. What?
it seems to be some variation of Mayan culture. It's way too old
But-
and obscure for you to know the specifics of it.
But hello, Spirit's Touch gives you basically like names of people you've never met and their faces. So if I'm supposed to get a wealth of information with 8 successes,
Yes, you get a wealth of knowledge. Interpreting that knowledge is a whole different shtick. You know enough
okay,
about
fine.
Mayan
Well,
culture.
we can discuss it later. Right now, Serena is like, first of all, please don't do anything rash and let me go find Victoria before she decides that Larry is very rude. And Serena basically uses celerity to go up the stairs.
Mm-hmm. Well, Serena zips up the stairs really, really quickly.
Does the spiral right on the altar seems somewhat familiar?
Not really.
Did
Like I said, the
Victorious-
symbols are very faint, weathered, barely readable.
Did Victoria's pack notice Larry sinking into the ground?
Good enough.
Well, not until you mentioned it, and once you stopped him, they diverted their attention.
Did he stop?
I don't know.
Larry still goes.
Okay.
Larry, you're.
Well,
I'm totally
you're
telling
out of the
you-
room now.
Larry, please stop because you don't fucking know what's down there. If it is what I think it is, you're gonna regret it, bitch.
I will find out.
You
I
fuck
will
around and
not
find out.
sleep with the sense that I was by another gargoyle.
Oh shit.
Right, fine, Victoria.
And as Larry starts heading underground, you basically see one of the members of Victoria's pack stand up, and this very frenzy happy gangrel who has a bunch of scattered animal features all over his body, simply as he stands up and straightens his back, as his hands start relaxing near his body, you see claws sprout out. And he just says, "No going down there."
You heard the man.
Larry stopped.
Get back. Get back.
Why?
Because it's not our property. It's fucking
I
rude.
did not ask you, Jack.
Not this. Well, the gangrel looks to one of the others, and this very portly looking gangster covered in tattoos stands up, kind of rubs his neck, and then says, "Look, mate, you go down there if you want to, but what makes you think this guy is the only one who had his grandsire in this room in the last 24 hours? If you really, really want to, you can piss off Victoria by waking her granddaddy, who is stuck in that fucking box. I wouldn't advise it."
There is no gargoyle down there. Does it feel like Obelet?
Sorry
An
for
abrasion
the
reason.
inconvenience. And Larry pulls himself up.
The guy
No harm
sits
done.
down and says, "Fucking pendejo."
What?
Nothing.
I called you a pendejo.
Well, at least I know there's nothing to worry about.
No, plenty to worry about if he wakes up.
Let's not make him. Because 1 grandsire is okay. 2, too much. 3, we're fucked.
Well, up to you. If you want to piss off Victoria, you're free to do
Nope.
so, but you won't last very long.
Do I find the Archbishop?
Well, we can cut to the upstairs, where eventually, Serena, as you enter the essentially the entrance, like the entrance hall, you see the man who guided you towards this essentially hole in the ground. He seems to be listening to Victoria as she gives him a set of commands, and then she simply gestures sort of haphazardly towards the air and turns around towards you as the man turns around and leaves the room. And she looks to you and says, "Yes."
Sorry for bothering you. I'm sure it's nothing to be concerned about, but Larry seemed to be very worried that there's another gargoyle beneath your temple. But
How does he know?
he felt a presence. I'm assuming it's a gargoyle power, but I tried telling him that if there is something, you most likely know it, given the significance of the location. So, but just to double check that it is not something.
I wouldn't advise you peer into the personal business of other Sabbat members you are not
Obviously.
intrinsically connected to.
Obviously.
Maybe you should teach him that lesson before he makes a mistake he might regret.
Right. I am sure now that Cecil is in his full health, he is he is ready to discipline back members as he seems fit. But I'm glad that it is nothing to worry about and that your temple is not being ambushed by another gargoyle. I'll go get my
It's
rowdy.
not a temple.
It just felt like something I've studied in long ago. Sorry if
I'll-
I offended you, Your
If
Excellency.
you wish to know more about it, I will make time for it during this week, but I advise you take your friends outside of that room now.
Yes, Your Excellency. And I would very much appreciate, because I did study occult history of the world long ago.
Arrange it with one of my subordinates. I'm sure they'll be able to
Of course,
schedule
Your
something.
Excellency. I'll go get my undisciplined packmates out of your hair. And Serena basically uses celerity to go back
Mm-hmm.
and be like, and as she appears downstairs, she's like, right? Like I told you, don't fucking go misbehaving in somebody else's haven property. Larry?
Hold him.
You do
I
not? I get it that you're worried, but this is Victoria's. This is the Archbishop's, Her Excellency's domain. You do not go sticking your nose around into somebody else's business, or else you might be left without that nose. Now,
I was worried it could be our enemy.
yes, and that in this situation, if you are not at your haven, you approach the host, because what you might be sensing is something that the host is personally aware of and would not like you to go poking your nose around. Now, we have outworn our presence because of this, so it is best to leave. And Larry, you will need some additional lessons on etiquette and behaving in the domains and havens of other kindred.
Of
Should you-
course.
Should you fail again, it will be up to the Ductus to discipline you. Now, Titus, stop sniffing around. Jack, Abel, let us go before before any other accidental violations of good Canite manners towards each other, or violations of the Code of Milan happen. Up. And Serena basically
Larry.
waits till till everybody leaves their rooms and leaves last.
Larry will just start climbing up the wall. That's the same way he entered.
Mm-hmm.
Before Larry leaves, she tells him, "I'll see you back at the Haven. I'm sure you can make your way back."
Yes.
And then she follows the rest of the pack.
All right. As you all make your way out, and you pass by Victoria, she seems to hold herself quite. She seems to shield her emotions quite well. Though all of you sort of notice a glance that she gives towards Larry. While she doesn't say anything regarding it, she does seem to want him out of the area. And she simply says, "You have my thanks for the visit. Have a good night."
Thank you for having us over, Your Excellency, and I apologize for
Thanks.
the inconvenience. Larry, please apologize before we leave and get going home.
I am sorry.
Serena looks at him. You forgot something?
Your Excellency.
Apology accepted for now. Do keep in mind there are things in this world best kept underground, buried, and with a stone firmly wedged in their jaw.
Serena has a very wry smile about it. She thinks to herself, very Sabbat.
Very based.
Mm-hmm. She gives Victoria a bow and says that she will come to learn about the history of the place when it's convenient for the Archbishop. And when she's not busy with important Sabbat business. Thanks her again for the hosting and allowing them to visit the cavern. She doesn't call it a temple now. And proceeds to head towards exit, expecting the pack to say their goodbyes and leave too.
Thanks for helping with our doctor's situation. Just gonna pause. And again, apology for our newest member.
Have a nice rest of the night, Your Excellency.
Abel once again
Apologies.
does a flourish and also wishes Victoria a pleasant night.
She bids you farewell quite respectfully. And as you exit the building, making your way back to your vehicle, eventually you spot a woman dressed in black, who Jack recognizes as Liliana, holding a cigarette that she's smoking, making her way towards your group in quite the hurry, with an urgent expression on her face.
Well, shit, here we go
Evening.
again.
Does something happen? Did something happen?
Hello. Everything is alright. And she sort of eyes the rest of the pack and says to Jack, is it okay if I borrow you for a few moments?
Borrow ahead. We were just done with all our social pleasantries.
Of course. I will bring him to wherever you wish him to be dropped off.
Jack, then you will come back with your sire and we can head out. It's not a close distance to cover.
Yeah. Maybe I'll stay the day here. If it'll
Very
take
well.
longer.
If you need a haven to stay, I do have an apartment in the area.
No need. I will bring him to you whenever we are done. It shouldn't take very long.
Well, then we might as well as wait for Jack if it doesn't take really long.
We'll make
But
our
it
way
takes more than-
there in the meantime, I
Very well.
suppose.
Understood. Have a pleasant night, Miss
Likewise.
Liliana.
And she starts making her way to another car that's parked nearby while looking to Jack and nudging her head to the side.
I'll follow.
And
Serena, meanwhile.
and you can't run off in the middle of the stream, please. We barely hear you.
And Serena, meanwhile, heads back to her sports car, on which I assume the rest came, since
Mm-hmm.
a van would be very rude and weird. And asks Titus and Abel if they need to be dropped anywhere. Given that they actually have fun tasks. Actually, we can roleplay that a bit. So, do you want me guys to drop you off in Santa Monica, Hollywood, anywhere? Since apparently you get to have all the fun.
Oh, I don't mind being dropped off near my van.
Ah, yes, I forgot. You do need it first. Titus, what about you?
Yeah, you can drop me in Santa Monica. I'll figure out where I can sleep during the daytime.
Okay. Wait. Did you forget what the doctors asked of us?
Don't
Given the
worry, I
recent.
didn't. I shall monitor the situation in Santa Monica.
Yes, but he did advise you to sleep for the pack members, at least to stay two of them together. Perhaps
So,
if you're planning not to stay in the Haven,
Abel, is your
you
van
could.
in Santa Monica?
I believe his van is at our Haven, which is right next to Santa Monica. So how about I drop you off both at Abel's van?
Yes, that will be a good idea.
Very well.
I'll be right back.
And Serena basically just like looks she looks slightly like as if she looked disappointed that she doesn't get to drive through Santa Monica. And potentially yell something at some bruja in the distance. Using Voice of Madness. So disappointed and sad. She drives back to the Haven. Because everybody seems to get to infiltrate enemies and not the Malkavian literally built for that. And unless anybody else wishes to discuss something, she's just gonna sit and sulk as she drives pretty fast.
Well, Abel does have something to discuss. And since it's been quite an important evening full of very important discussions and tasks, he
Yes.
hasn't really had the time to tell another thing that he has been researching.
Go ahead. Go
Well,
ahead, Abel.
he has been looking into the River of Souls.
You can speak in character if you wish.
Yeah.
Oh, I have been looking into the River of Souls.
You
I do
mean
believe I have mentioned this before. It is something the Giovanni keen
the river
in finding in the city.
in the city? The River of Souls is a fairly widely spread concept in mythology. Like located in the underworld. Either it separates the realm of the dead from the mortals, or it just is part of the local landscape, so to say. Different people have different approaches. The Finns have a river of soul where everybody just goes to sleep, brought there by a giant swan. Either
Yes,
way,
well,
so you're saying they're looking for that in the city?
they're looking for means, probably,
Mm.
to navigate this river. Possibly. I hope it doesn't come to that, but maybe they want to bring something from the
Well,
beyond into our world.
well, if they wish to navigate it, then I believe as necromancers, they actually want to enter the underworld. Which means it's possible. And it certainly answers the questions to which Delmont wanted to ask a price for, as in whether it's possible to enter the Shadowlands from our world or not. Since they're
Keep in mind,
looking for ways.
Serena would not have a lot of knowledge of necromancy.
Yeah, but she would have the basic knowledge of the Greek underworld and the River
Yeah,
of Souls.
mythology, yeah.
If the River of Souls is indeed part of the underworld, however it's built, the Giovanni are looking for means to navigate it, then that means there is definitely a way to enter the Shadowlands, which certainly places the answer to my question about Kian fading away into another dimension, and Kian and Ruark showing up with a giant army of souls, certainly in perspective, which could imply that our enemies have access to the underworld.
We did go to an auction with Jack at his behest, and a certain Emiliano Giovanni was present and acquired a rather interesting artifact, seems.
What was the artifact?
Well, nothing very standout, just some old weapons, but they did seem to hold some sort of power. Maybe they
Old
were
weapons.
maybe
Do you
they
mean
were keys or some items to summon souls
or do you remember the hospital?
how could I not?
Right then. Well, I'm sure you remember Cecil's experiment room and the table. I'm sure you've looked at it with your ring. Now, from what little exposure I have to spirits and ghosts, one of the things I told Cecil is that if he continues like that, this table is going to be a fetter. To which he said that is quite possible. And there is an interesting thing in my possession. Something I've received a long time ago in London from Ruark. As obligatory trophy, so to say. It was something at least one necromancer, an Agaraja, was, I believe, expecting to receive it after some test or something. He's fighting with somebody else over it. But Rune, you remember Rune, he basically told me that the axe that I have is quite useful to necromancers because it has tasted blood. You know how Rune wanted to have a rope on which somebody has hanged himself or something like that? Well, according to what he shared with me, the more death is connected to an item, the more potent it is for a necromancer to use. Sort of like why I've warned Cecil about his operation table, and he was, he was expecting that result. That axe is also an item like that, which can provide, I guess, benefits to necromancers using their powers. But so those guns that they've purchased, they could be items with a very bloody history.
Probably taken a lot of lives.
Exactly. Which, according to Rune, makes necromancy a whole lot of easier.
Well, there's also the small matter that I was given a business card
A
with a
business card.
with a number to this Emiliano Giovanni.
Can you remind
And
me if Emiliano is a sire of Azura or no? Because I do believe that could have been her sire. I will need to check with Cecil. But if it is, do not go to meet him.
I didn't go, I just called the number.
Hmm.
And I just basically walked off with a warning that I shouldn't meddle too much in their business. But
But
I
you will.
can't help it.
You're a meddler.
I have somewhat of a personal stake in it.
Personal sake. What do you mean?
Do you know the bookshop? The
Oh
the
yes, I
one
remember. Runes bookshop, which
was it
that
called
one.
the Dark Delicacies or
Dark
something?
delicacies, yes. A very
Yes,
pretentious
yes.
necromantic name.
Hmm. Well, the owner of that bookshop and his immediate family are of interest to me.
Hmm. Any world-ending reasons or just general human interest?
Let's say I wouldn't want to lose a useful asset as well as a friend.
I see. Um, and the Giovanni threatened
The
them in some way?
Giovanni are dealing with the owner,
Hmm.
and I cannot help but feel that this might not end well for a
Hmm.
human in the long run.
Well, considering that they warned you to stay away, and if you show your personal vested interest in those friends of yours, rest assured that most likely the Giovanni are going to find that weakness to use and exploit. Um,
I
the
have
most.
currently managed to get these people out of the country,
All right.
which I guess kind of puts a puts the Giovanni currently out of business, so to say, with the bookshop. However,
Um,
they
is
will
it a nice bookshop?
return.
Is it a nice bookshop? Could I buy it?
Oh,
You know that Jack bought fuck ton of stuff from them.
No, Serena's interested in the occult shop specifically.
I do suppose they have some things of interest considering
On the other hand,
they
on
are
the other
dealing with
hand,
the Giovanni, but I have a feeling that the greatest asset is the owner itself.
the owner, who is currently abroad,
Well, he's the one appraising and finding the items.
I mean, good shopkeepers are hard to come by, but generally Canaanites keep mortals and other gold away from touchy subjects. Serena
Which is
begins.
why I am concerned, since
Look,
he's already quite deep in. I don't think
look.
he quite understands what he's
Who owns a shop?
procuring. A man
Who owns a
called
shop?
Klaus Kaufmann.
I believe Grun once talked about him. Maybe. I'm gonna have to check my notes. Either way, look, I can have a look if he's Gould or not. But as you could probably tell, me showing up.
Well, he's not there right now.
Well, what I mean, me taking over the shop because I want to have an occult shop again. So what that I have an occult library. But coming over there, taking over the shop, Goulding Klaus is going to put our pack on the target for them.
I don't think that we need to ghoul Klaus. He
Yes, but if he knows too much,
doesn't need to know too much. He doesn't suspect. He's a good man.
depends on what he has found out, and that can only be found out either through telepathy or questioning him. Either way, if the Giovanni are using him to procure some like hidden information, rest assured that if they are procuring information that is not mortal safe, he is not one to live for long if they haven't ghouled him already. Have you checked whether he's ghouled? Do you have that ability?
I don't know
I
whether he
suppose if
has
I'm
been.
well, I suppose if I'll be able to convince our doctors to let me go and explore at least whether the Dark Delicacies owner is a ghoul, and that is not considered too dangerous.
I
And
do
Serena
know of.
steps on the fucking. At that moment, Serena just like steps harder on the fucking gas and speeds up.
There is a ghoul working in the Dark Delicacies, though.
Who's ghoul?
Of, well, someone's someone who's missing, apparently. Do you remember? No, do
Rue.
you remember that
Azura.
that that slimy fellow that you dueled?
You mean Mac?
Can't quite. Yeah, Mac. Mac was supposed to find out where this ghoul's sire is.
I understood. I understood who you're talking about. But that person has been missing for quite a while.
Yes,
A year? He's ghoul to
but
somebody
this,
else now.
I don't think so. He's still looking
Ye-
for his master.
Yes, but look, it could be just human attraction. What I mean, if he's still a ghoul, and I'll be able only to confirm that with my sight, if he's still ghouled, then he has a new master.
Could be, could be. The fellow's name, I believe, is Arthur Hudson.
Ah, yes, correct.
I
Either
can
way,
only assume that he is currently the caretaker for the shop.
caretaker for the shop. I see. Well,
So if you still have a desire to buy the shop from Klaus,
well, there
that
are.
could be arranged in a way that Arthur could be the person who runs the shop for you, and
We will still need
Klaus
to.
can just go and retire somewhere.
Well, first, still, whatever Klaus or Arthur knows needs to be found out. Second, I actually do not know how much Arthur Hudson knows about the Sabbat from the Three Counties. I have no idea how much Eli could have told him. So, on one hand, he will definitely not remember me. But who knows? Sometimes mortals possess interesting powers themselves. And while I doubt that he will recognize me as the Malkavian prince, nonetheless, he is still most likely. Either way, he shouldn't know about anything about me. What I'm more worried about is the Giovanni are so interested in the shop, and they find out that I, or someone related to me, got it. They might come looking for who the fuck that is. And need I remind you that not so long ago, Azura Giovanni swore upon her mother, sister, and whoever else she was part of was some weird ancestral ritual, that her sire will come for us all.
Well, if you
I'll think about it.
expedite this, then it would be a matter for the Sabbat now, wouldn't it?
Well, no, personal, we shouldn't be bringing new issues into the Sabbat. Personal issues and so on, which can endanger the greater, like, goals of the sect. So, look, I will discuss it with Cecil and see what, because I do have my ghoul that could make the purchase and organizing without me being present, so to say. But both Klaus and Arthur, before whatever is decided about them, and before the shop is purchased, they need to be checked whether they're ghouls, whether they are, how much they know. Because if Klaus knows too much, well, you know the rules. Either he is blooded, or the silence of blood must be followed. Or you need to basically destroy his entire identity and remove a lot of his memories, which arguably is a far more cruel. But time will show. Time will show.
Well,
I'll see. Since apparently I'm not allowed to go into Anarch territory, I guess I do have time to concentrate on that.
I'm just saying that I do understand the war that we are currently in here, but if
Oh, yeah.
there is indeed a possibility that the Giovanni are trying to bring something into this world that doesn't belong here, well, that will be a masquerade breach in itself.
Well, why are you so sure that they're trying to bring something into this world and not just explore the other side?
Well, they have already, haven't they? If your theories about Rourke are true.
Yes, but think of it this way. So you know that there's Tremere, right? And they have their thaumaturgy, and which can do many different things. And certain chantries practice certain things, right? Or, for example, you've seen Cecil use Coldunism, right? It's also a form of Cainite magic, right? So, and the Tremere do not know how to use that, while the Demeter generally prefer Coldunic sorcery. And either way, if there are ways, if the underworld can really be traveled and explored, that the fact whether all necromancers know how to do that is very much under question. Miguel, would Serena know with kindred lore that, like just like with Calduric sorcery, thaumaturgy, necromancy also has different schools?
You could assume it would be like an educated assumption rather than something you'd
Yeah.
know for sure, though.
Yeah, because like I've seen Rune do his like necromancy, right? And I've seen like Anahita used it, and it's like different things, so to say.
Yeah, it is.
Look, necromancy is not like other disciplines. Just like thaumaturgy and Caldenism, there are different pools of knowledge that you learn. So, Ruark and Kian, who are Ventru, and who are very old, Ruark at least, older than the Giovanni clan itself. If they can phase into the underworld, it is certainly a different type of, it is certainly the same type of power that, according to, well, a similar type of thing that according to a report, the Nagaraja, who was serving at some point under Ruark as a sheriff in the domain, was able to use. Rune, on the other hand, practices quite different necromancy. And having a look around Delmont's office and how he does things, it is a completely other form of necromancy. So just because Ruark and Kian and Nagaraja could potentially move into the underworld, doesn't mean that the Giovanni clan is capable of doing that. Perhaps that reason, or maybe even the fact that Ruark or Kian are in this town and have been spotted doing what they do, if they are, maybe that's why they're extra interested. It would be careless to run after the Giovanni, pointing fingers at them, assuming that they want to bring something into this world, because we don't even know if they have traveled the other side, if it is even possible. But
Fair enough.
Mr. Delmont certainly knows the answers to that.
I will continue my meddling. I presented my piece.
Mm-hmm. I
I think I've made myself clear
Yeah.
in what
I
kind of
will
outcomes I expect.
I will look
And
into the two mortals.
and just to note, I have a bad feeling about this.
How bad? On a scale of world ending. World ending 10, 1, typical drama at the Elysium.
I'd go 7 or 8.
Last
That's
time it
what
was
my
7.
guts tells me.
Last time it was 7 and 8 when Infernalists were about to open a portal in the Free Counties.
Well, yeah, we have that too, but that's a case for another time.
Wait, what do you mean we have that too?
Isaac's looking into this. I'll let you know when I have more information.
Are they the same type of Infernalists like in Free Counties? Well, either way,
I
if
wouldn't know.
Okay, well, either way, if you find a location of a death house or like their sacrificial area, get me to that location and I'll be able to find other ones once I have a reading of that vibe. The car stops and you find yourself in front of the mansion.
Abel gets out and into his van.
Abel is very fucking pleased and like, Miguel, why do you tell me baby Pelese? Abel is the one who didn't get to like RP a lot, so
Yeah.
Jack
Well,
got like his own
as
special.
as you return to the Haven. We now will cut to Jack, who a few moments before this enters a car with Liliana, making his way through East LA and towards the Haven. As the car drives off, Liliana, with a somewhat worried expression, asks, "So, what did he say?"
Oh, he ranted about that you should have come to him and reject everything that went with a very particular person. You know, very particular. Offered me a guidance on a path.
That's bad. That is really bad. Did you take him up on the offer?
I told him the truth that I was assigned as I was offered, but I told him to be a spy in Santa Monica, and that for that a path won't be a best decision for right now.
At least that. Will you be okay? Given
I'll have
everything.
to manage. I'll have to manage.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't know. Because right fucking now, there is a lot going on.
If you have to choose in the end, don't pick his path.
What is his path actually? Is it Path of Night?
He considers himself a tool. He considers all of us tools to be used in showing the world the folly of its sinful nature, as he would put it. Fear, sin, intimidation, suffering, that's what he propagates. You don't want to do that. You embrace his mindset, there will be no Jack left. And when I chose to embrace you, I didn't do so to lose who you were.
That's gonna be a hard, very uphill battle because my priest, she's a metamorphosist, and she's rather insistent. And I don't know anymore.
You need to talk your way through this. You can still recover. You can still regain who you were. You don't need to leave that behind. You don't need to turn into a monster like the rest of them.
Well, the Ravenous, he's somehow allowed.
I was allowed.
Humanity.
I was allowed to be human too. It comes with a price. You'll have to look over your shoulder for the rest of your existence, and, well, status is limited. People don't really respect those of us who think we, as in who we are. They don't think that should exist. They think what we are matters more. And you should make an effort to preserve who you are.
I'm trying, actually. Zeraunus even offered me to try and find redemption of sort.
This could be good.
I'm also gonna talk with Isaac. Something after.
When you mention Isaac's name, she sort of takes her eyes off the road, stares at you for a second, and then looks back to the road and asks, Isaac, you mean Isaac Marquez, the priest?
I suppose, yes.
Don't do that.
It's gonna be...
Don't do that.
I need some business
He's
dealing with him.
He's not of our clan. He's something worse. You get involved with him, he'll wrap you into his talk of dedicating yourself to hunting down demons or devils or whatever.
Funny you talk about that. Funny you talk about that. Because I have to admit it. Okay, let become clear. I've got a very nasty fucking case of demonic flu. When I was... have you ever fought against Bali? Nasty fuckers, and...
Never seen one.
Good for you. They can... What can happen to one's obstination is... It can be unpleasant.
Are you sure Isaac is the only one who can help you?
Well,
Look, I'll be
Brownness
frank. I'll be frank.
deals with demons sometimes, I guess. He told me Isaac can help me with it, at least.
I'll be frank. Isaac is deluded. He's just as deluded as my sire. Waylon thinks he's a tool of the devil. Isaac thinks he's the Messiah. He thinks every bit of his existence should be dedicated to fighting demons, to hunting them down, to converting others to his way of thinking. He's insane. You go down that path, you'll be turned into one of his tools. I'm trying to keep you from becoming anyone's tool. You need to consider this. Seriously consider this. If you want to be someone's tool, that's your choice. But Jack won't survive that. And what'll remain is, well, just someone wearing Jack's face.
I don't want to dance to any fucking fiddle.
Look, I know it's not a very appealing way to see the world, but if you're persistent, if you're consistent in your beliefs, you can retain your humanity. You can retain who you are. You'll just have to bear with some disrespect coming from the others in the sect. That's it. It's a small price to pay, really. You just have to accept that you'll never move really beyond the position you're in. Ambition is what traps us into becoming something else. Waylon once tried to teach me how to follow his path. Well, I'm sure you remember the ghoul I had. The picture in that locket I gave you.
Yeah.
Well, he locked that man in a room and proceeded to instruct me on how to exemplify hell on him. That's what Waylon can offer you. He can take the things you love the most, crush them using your own heel, and then tell you that's how you should be. Isaac will say that he's fighting such things and proceed to do the same, only he'll say that because you are choosing to use your heel to crush the things you love, you're empowered and serving a higher purpose other than yourself. None of them really consider the possibility of not crushing what you love.
And if it feels like I don't even know if I love anything more.
It just means you gotta try harder. Even if it seems impossible, humanity is never lost forever. Not unless you choose to follow someone else's directions. Let someone else play with your puppet strings. Jack, I just want you to realize there are choices you can't really come back from. Waylon is posing one of those choices to you. Isaac will potentially pose one of those choices to you later.
Feels like there's always a fucking choice.
Until there isn't.
Well, I try not to think about it.
Tempting offer, but...
Well, I don't really like to think about my second.
Just consider what I said, okay? Contemplate your options. Maybe consider that if you pick a specific path that will block you off from being who you want to be, you'll never actually be happy. And at least there's a chance for you to love someone and be someone if you follow your own desires instead of some misguided code of morals. That's really all I wanted to say. You're free to do as you wish, as always. And I'm continuing to trust you with that locket.
Oh, sure. I'll be really good for think about.
Yeah. And the car then approaches basically a road that a bit on foot, and you'll reach your haven from here. The car, Liliana ticks on the warning lights, stops the car on the side of the road, and after pulling the handbrake, she sort of rests back on the seat and says, "Don't make me lose someone else. Not to Waylon, not to Isaac. Just, please, take care of yourself."
I'll do my best.
And I
Do
assume
you
you
by
leave
any
the car?
chance
Oh.
have a Nosferatu connections in the sect?
I know a couple. We're not exactly on good terms, but we don't necessarily want each other dead either. I could give you their contacts.
I would appreciate it.
I'll send those to you. Again, take care of yourself.
Sure will.
And as you exit the car and begin walking towards the haven, what is the main thought that plagues your mind?
But it feels like whatever side I'll choose, there's like no optimal. Suboptimal, maybe. Optimal or even good. Nah, doesn't feel like it.
And
I think there
that's...
definitely is.
Shoosh, you're not here.
I
And
am
that's
in the
the
haven.
thought you... That's the thought that occupies your mind as you walk through the open fields. The haven your pack is currently in, just within view. And that is where we will leave tonight's session. Do remember to check out the upcoming book, Sabbat the Schism. The link is below. Remember to support Mark, our talented musician. And
I'll be getting music soon.
well, I'll update you on that later. But do check out our YouTube channel. Like, comment, subscribe, etc., etc. If you are watching this in the YouTube channel, hello. And we'll leave the session there. Until next time.
Bye bye.
Bye.